Check, check. That works. That doesn't work. How about that? That works. That's loud. Holy crap. That isn't what I wanted. Hold on. Hmm. No one. What the shit? Why is it so orange? It's better. Let's see who's here. Ah, still nobody. So we're just gonna play it, and we're gonna laugh at Flatzoid embarrassing himself in public. Oh, this is modern day debates. Episode of Flatzoid versus Peter Markey. Have no idea who Peter Markey is. Did I spell his name right? Yeah, I think it's Peter Markey, isn't it? What's the guy's name? Markley, not Markey. Markley. spelling is important. So anyway, let's get on with it. Oh, by the way, if anybody wants to donate to the printer fund, here's the link. I'm $400 short. And yeah, I'm not good at begging for money. So if I don't seem really enthused like other people do, or don't don't think it is a complacency. Oh motherfucker, this goddamn thing is fucking private. There we go. Now maybe people will fucking see it. I don't know why YouTube does that. I'll do a live video, publish it, make sure it's set for public. When it gets published, it's private. And you gotta fucking set it again. YouTube sucks. I mean, YouTube literally sucks dick. Anyway, this is a modern day debate. Flatzoid versus some guy named Peter Markley. And we're going to watch Flatzoid fail again, lie his ass off again, deny science again, deny all evidence again, deny reality again, and just make shit up. Trust the Bible and what other flat earthers say about the Bible over science. What a fucking retard. Is it muted? No. Okay, come on, fucker. Jesus.
Yeah, we sure can.
All right, thanks for having me.
So, Peter?
God damn, they do this shit every fucking day, several times a day, and they're not more organized than I am? Christ.
The floor is yours, and thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me. You can hear me okay?
Yeah, we sure can.
All right, I'm going to try to share my screen.
Yeah. I'm going to fix up these names right quick. I knew I should. I forgot something. I got to hit save.
All right, can you see this PowerPoint presentation?
We are ready to go.
And if I full screen it, can you still see it?
Yeah. Yep.
All right, excellent. So we all ready?
We are ready, yep. I'll start your timer right now.
So, a note on topic. Flatzoid may try to bring up the motion of the Earth, modern cosmology, the vacuum of space, or gravity. However, just because he disagrees with all of science does not mean that he can assign to me a burden to defend it. I am only here to debate the shape of the Earth. Scientists knew the Earth was a sphere for centuries before gravity was even studied. They had a geocentric model with a stationary spherical Earth. Let's catch you up to speed on medieval times first before we worry about the rest. Flat Earthers say their belief is the default, similar to ancient cultures, and that belief in a globe is the anomaly. This is a lie because of one simple question of cosmology. Where does the sun go at night? In general, ancient cultures believed it either went under the earth or outside the firmament to somewhere unknown. This means they assumed the whole world had one universal time of day or night. In the age of time zones, modern flat earthers try to resurrect flat Earth by saying that at night the sun gets too far away to see. As we'll soon see, this claim not only separates their model from ancient ones, but also violates basic observational science. It traces back to a 19th century misfit named Samuel Robotham, and for that reason I call it Robothamism. Robothamists use this meme a lot. It slaps your eye with an impression that their cosmology is similar to these and assumes you will never actually research them. Well, I did, with a focus on that basic question: where does the sun go at night? In Sumerian cosmology, there was a tunnel under the earth called the Road of the Sun that the sun traveled through every night. There's a whole scene in the Epic of Gilgamesh, Tablet 9, when Gilgamesh travels along this tunnel into the underworld. In Egyptian belief, the sun god Ra traveled in a boat through the underworld every night and was reborn in the east every morning. This nightly journey was central to Egyptian religious practices and was described in great detail in the Book of Gates. In Aztec belief, the earth goddess Tlaltecutli swallows the sun every evening and vomits it again in the morning. In fact, I did my best to survey ancient cultures all over the world. I found only a small handful of isolated scraps that could be twisted to support Robothamism, and otherwise a landslide against it. Even the favorite cosmology of Robothamists, that of the ancient Hebrews, explicitly undermines them. Most of the diagrams they show for biblical cosmology take influence from this 1909 Mormon source, which in turn takes from the Book of Enoch, which describes in great detail the 6 portals in the eastern firmament and 6 in the west through which the sun enters and exits the earthly realm every morning and evening. These heavenly portals still appear in the diagrams that flat earthers parade around online to this day. And if that were not enough, Jesus himself in the Sermon on the Mount says that God makes the sun rise. The Greek word for rise, anatello, has an upward connotation, which again contradicts Robothamism. Ironically, Eric Dubé is closer to accurate when he calls your view the Vedic model than you are when you call it biblical. Speaking of the Bible, we've heard the claim there are over 200 flat earth verses. All of these are twisted out of context, and the real count is 0. There's a property of language that can be either phenomenological or ontological. Phenomenological means pertaining to phenomena, or how we perceive the world, whereas ontological means concerning the absolute nature of something apart from how we perceive it. Now, you need to realize 2 things about phenomenological language. 1, it can be quite literal, and 2, there's nothing inherently wrong or untrue about it. We use this type of language all the time. Consider some examples. Joe stood on the roof and looked down. The streets below swarmed with people the size of ants. Judy looked out the car window and watched the trees zip past. No matter how high you go, the horizon rises to your eye level. There is absolutely no reason to call these statements figurative or metaphors or lies. Each of them can be both literal and true, although the last one is not. But
Hey, Citizen
ontologically,
9.
there are no ant-sized
Hey, Citizen.
people, no zipping trees, and no levitating landforms. These are simply descriptions from an observer's eye, nothing more and nothing less. And with almost every single Bible verse used by flat earthers, not one shred of context suggests an ontological view. The ontology of Earth could not be further from the verse's topic. Even flat earthers say that certain verses are phenomenological. I mentioned Matthew 5:45, there's also Ephesians 4:26. If Flatzoid says these describe how the sunrise or sunset look to an observer, that's phenomenological. If we can agree on that for these verses, why can't we for Joshua 10 or Job 38? Pick a lane, don't swerve back and forth. That's a dishonest hermeneutic. And don't ask me for a verse supporting the globe. That's a straw man. I freely admit there is none. The Bible never discusses the shape of Earth as it looks from an absolute perspective. In fact, the very concept of an absolute perspective on the Earth is a modern idea. You are back projecting that onto the text without even realizing it, and then twisting it to support your ignorance. So what do we actually observe?
I like this guy. Holy crap, he's good.
Well, first let's take some remedial geometry. Through any 2 points, you can draw either a straight line or a curve. To fully disambiguate, you need at least 3 points. The more the merrier. Some examples. Flat earthers love to reframe Eratosthenes' experiment with flat earth assumptions, but this only works because he measured from 2 points. Measure from a third, and flat earth is shattered. Same with Polaris. For any 2 measurements, you can make it work, kind of, on a flat earth, but with a third, you will shatter it, and so on.
There you go.
A similar concept here with arc length of longitude from your friend Where's Wally using 1,300 data points. but you need at least 3. Robothemism exploits this by isolating you to guarantee you never have that. They say, stop trusting what you've been told all your life and start looking at things for yourself, which really translates to don't get help from others and cripple yourself from doing much science. Well, it turns out even playing by these rules, you can get 3 points by varying time instead of location, and that's precisely what I did. This diagram is important, so we might come back to it later. This shows by simple trigonometry that a Robothemist sun would follow an arctangent function through time. I demonstrated this visually. Can you guys see that video?
Yep, we can.
I demonstrated this visually by holding a flashlight at my waist and walking straight away from the camera until it was gone. If we overlay frames at a constant interval, we see the distance between images shrinks dramatically, then sits for a long time before it's gone. That's what the arctangent function predicts. But this is not what the sun does, and I took a 3-hour time lapse to prove it. If you are trying to measure the sun's size, exposure is a problem, as you can see with this video of filter on our camera here. To show this, I had 2 identical cameras side by side, one with welding glass and one without. But size was not the main thing I was measuring, it was position. I used a compass and sextant, pictured here, to measure hard numbers, but the footage speaks for itself. When we overlay frames like we did with the flashlight, it's completely different. The distance between images stays the same the whole time. It just pretty much goes plop straight down into the horizon below eye level. So Flatzoid, you will no doubt try to dodge this by saying sunset is an optical illusion.
I mean, just the mere fact that the sun goes below your eye level proves the Earth isn't flat. It couldn't possibly do that.
That's called a rescuing device,
Hey,
something
Westside.
with no positive evidence in
Hey, Bilbo.
itself, which actually contradicts other claims you make elsewhere. Unfortunately for you, we know how light refraction works, and it does not help you here. The sun absolutely does not set by moving too far away.
Nope.
Now pair that with the principle of time zones. Flatzoid is 6 hours ahead of me, which made scheduling this debate rather difficult. We all agree, I hope, that if I had done this exact experiment 800 miles east, it would have given identical results but an hour earlier. That means that at all...
Is my volume low? Yeah, it is. Wow. Why is my volume low? It's up as loud as it'll go. Let me try and put gain on it. Actually, let me try this first. Hmm. Just a second. Wow, that's probably better. Is that better?
all times for someone somewhere on Earth,
Hey, Glover
the
Mom.
sun is currently going below their eye level. It cannot be both above and below a flat Earth at the same time. The only answer is that eye level is relative, changing by 1 degree every 69 miles.
1 minute.
What's that?
You have 1 minute left on the floor.
Oh, thank you. As assuredly as 1 plus 1 equals 2, sunset plus time zones equals globe. So Flatzoid, I want you to answer 3 challenges. Number 1, where did you or Samuel Robotham get your cosmology? If you say from the Bible, show me 1 Bible verse that clearly describes a Robothamist local sun. Number 2, without being selective, explain to me how the sun goes up and down in Matthew 5:45 and Ephesians 4:26. I want you to apply your own logic to yourself. If saying that's how it appears denies God's word in Joshua 10, then it does so here as well. Give me a consistent hermeneutic. And number 3, I measured the sunset and proved it goes beneath us. If you disagree...
Man, he is using big words that Flatzoid does not understand.
And then explain where I went wrong. Show the math, show the missing factor, show a scientific theory that explains my evidence. Thank you.
Very
All right.
good.
Well, thank you so much, Peter, for your introductory statement. We will get back to our main debate screen there, so I'll just stop the share on my end, don't mind me, and we'll go back over to
Oh, my mobility scooter that the VA is sending me comes tomorrow. They're delivering it tomorrow.
our main screen. So thank you, everybody, for coming out for the debate. Thank you.
But I'm still 400 short of the 3D printer goal. Any amount that you can donate will help. If I get the new printer, I can print the job that I have right now and a lot more. The printer that I want, that I need, is the Quiddy, QIDI is the name of the company, Quiddy Tech. It's very fast. I think this is the one. It's called the Quiddy Q1 Pro. And I don't have a new scene set up for that. Yeah, there it is. This one right here. It has automatic bed leveling, automatic zero height adjustment. It's extremely fast. It's a better system than the regular than what my old printer had, which it doesn't work no more because when I went to start it up, popped something inside the printer and white smoke came out. But prints just about every filament you can imagine. The nozzle gets to 280 degrees Celsius. It has a 60-degree chamber heat. I'm sorry, it goes to 350 degrees. It's got a heated chamber, so you don't get any warping with finicky materials. Yeah, nozzles at 350. Bed, I think it gets up to 100. Very fast, 600 millimeters per second. 20 meters per second acceleration. Just a really good printer. So I had a $100 donation from a very, very, very generous supporter the other day. So I'm 400 short. Links in the chat and the description.
Thank you again, Peter, for your introductory statement. We are Modern Day Debate. We welcome you here, everybody hanging out. We hope you hit the like button. We hope you enjoy our discussion today, Flat versus Globe. We are a neutral debate platform hosting debates on science, politics, and religion. We hope that y'all are going to hang out and participate. We got a question Q&A. We do super chats here, so if you want to ask a question to either of our speakers, if you get a question in now through super chat, it'll be asked nice and early. With all that out of the way, all the housekeeping, I'm going to hang up the broom here. And Flatzoid, you have 10 minutes on the floor. Thanks for being here.
Awesome. Well, I just want to say thank you, MDD, for hosting this, and Peter for this. I was under the impression we're going to do more biblical based, but I'm happy you
Hey, Tiny Captain.
brought up.
Yeah, they love biblical based, don't they? They love bringing an unfalsifiable narrative into a scientific discussion. That's why they never lose, because God can just do whatever he wants, right?
So many other cosmologies and things, which is great because I actually decided I'm going to bring up some Christian scholars who describe as the Bible depicting a flat Earth, and atheist scholars, so we can go through that. And there is an issue I do have with the Robotham.
Dude, there's no scholar who says that the Earth is flat. That would make you an unscholar. That would disqualify you from being a scholar.
Point though, because I've never claimed to be a robothanist, so that's a bit weird, but we'll get to that. Anyway, let's start with some Christian scholars.
So you don't follow the new flat Earth model? That's Robotham, man. That's Robotham.
Scholars who said that the Bible depicts a flat Earth. First of all, we'll check Paul H. Seeley. Seeley is known for his work on ancient Near Eastern cosmology. In his articles, he has argued that the biblical cosmology, including references to the firmament, in other words, Rakia, in Genesis 1, reflects a belief in a solid sky.
You mean sky? You mean the sky? That's what Rakia is. It's not a firmament. Well, it is. The firmament is the sky. When you look up, you see the firmament. It's not a dome, dipshit.
And a flat earth. He suggests that the biblical writers shared a common ancient Near Eastern worldview, which included a flat earth.
Well, I suggest that you're a dumb fuck. Does that make you a dumb fuck? Well, yeah, it does, but me saying it doesn't make it so. Just because some dumbass motherfucker who doesn't understand science thinks that it's flat doesn't mean it's flat.
We can go to
Now the measurements that we've taken, the video we have, the photographs we have proves it's flat, or proves it's not flat, proves it's a sphere. So who are you going to listen to? Some dumb shit who believes in the Bible that was written 2,000 years ago? Or science?
John H. Walton. Walton is an Old Testament scholar who has written extensively on the cultural
Old Testament? Jesus, man. Holy crap. Why don't you just believe in fucking Harry Potter?
context of the Bible. In his book, The Lost World of Genesis 1, he explains that the ancient Israelites
Is he religious? I didn't know that.
understanding the cosmos was similar to that of their neighbors, which often included a flat earth and a solid dome sky. Peter Enns is a various writings of one touched upon the ancient Hebrew cosmological views. He points out that the biblical descriptions of the world, such as the pillars of the earth and the foundations of the heavens, suggest a flat earth model consistent with other ancient Near Eastern cosmologies.
Okay, where are the pillars? Where are the pillars? Show us the pillars. Show us the dome.
And my favorite, last but not least, is Michael Heiser. In his book, The Unseen Realm, Heiser discusses the ancient Israelite worldview, including their cosmology. He highlights that the depictions in the Bible are...
I mean, if you use the word realm in a sentence other than telling people how to spell the word realm, you're a fuckwit. You're an ignorant fuckwit.
consistent with three-tiered universe, which includes a flat earth, a solid firmament, and an underworld. If we move on to the atheist scholars, we do have Hector Avalos. He was a professor of religious studies and well-known atheist. He wrote extensively on biblical texts and their ancient context. In his work, he has pointed out that the biblical cosmology reflects ancient Near Eastern views, which include the idea of a flat earth. Richard.
So you've got atheists. So you believe atheists? Is that what you're saying? Didn't you say that atheists are liars? They just can't be trusted? But now you're citing one? Huh, that's weird. That's a very strange hypocrisy you've got going there, bitch.
Carrier, Christopher Hitchens, and Michael Shermer. Now the thing we have to understand is if we have what we would call hostile witnesses, because we have Christian-based theologians that take Bible scripture.
See, a hostile witness, that's in court, dipshit. That's in court. When you cite someone, you're citing what you believe they believe. So, yeah.
And they say this is what the Bible describes the cosmology to be. Then we also have the hostile witness, which would be atheist scholars, which also show us that the world describes it to be a flat earth. Now, notice that...
No, nothing describes the earth as flat, scientifically. You fucking liar.
Every single ancient cosmology is based upon a flat earth. The only new boys to the thing would be the globe. That would be based from the Greeks when...
That's based on 2,500 years of science, dipshit. And measurements. Not based on the Greeks or the Romans or whatever. It's science. Long before Christ was born. So even Jesus knew that the earth wasn't flat.
Decided, God makes perfect, and because spheres are perfect, therefore the world had to be a sphere. Now, do note that even with
No, according to the laws of similarity, is that what it's called? Every planet we see in the sky is round, so therefore the Earth should be round too.
Jesus' time, everybody still knew the Earth was flat. It was
No, they didn't, dipshit. No, they didn't. It was measured as a sphere 2,500 years ago. When was Christ born, dumb fuck? I'll give you a hint. What year is it? Subtract that year from what year it is, and you'll find out when Christ was born, you dumb motherfucker.
not a
Jesus fucking
well-known
Christ.
pushed globe fact yet. It was obviously pushed in
250 BC is when Eratosthenes measured the earth as spherical. When was Christ born? See, 2500 or 250 BC. What does BC stand for, bitch? Before Christ, right? Who's Christ? Jesus, right? 250 years they'd known that the earth isn't flat, motherfucker. You lying sack of shit.
in some sects of Greek mythologies and sects,
Oh,
you could
really?
say, which believed it to be
Cool.
there, and they were pushing the globe geocentric model. But it was still well known that most of the cultures then knew it was a flat Earth.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
My
No.
point that I would be asking Peter, because we are both Christians, and I'm trying.
They thought that the ground they stood on was flat. Their immediate area, that whatever they could see was flat because they were ignorant. They were dumb. They didn't know shit. No ancient culture thought that the earth as a planet was fucking flat. They speculated on what they thought their reality was.
Trying to keep this biblical.
Hey, George.
If Jesus
Hey, hold my
knew
pocket.
that everybody was learning about the wrong cosmology, that it was flat and it was actually a globe, don't you think he would have corrected them? That's one thing I would have put there. And then let's go.
Wait, who would have corrected them? Who would have corrected them? Who's he talking about? Hey, Taker. Let's get you looking like everybody else.
To the context of Matthew 5:45, because he did bring up Matthew 5:45. I would say it's all about loving your neighbor. So
what's the verse that says that if you wear clothing of mixed threads, mixed fabrics, that you're blaspheming or you're an abomination? What Bible verse says that, Flats? And what's your shirt made of? Just curious. I mean, if you're going to be a Bible literist, what the fuck are you wearing?
if you have to find that in the broader context, that Jesus says, it's your children, your Father in heaven. He causes the sun to rise on evil and on the good. He sends the rain on the righteous and unrighteous. It's the verse emphasizes impartiality of God's love.
God sends the rain. No, that's not what sends the rain. It's the atmosphere that does that. It's weather. It has nothing to do with an invisible sky monster. Sorry.
So Jesus highlights that God shows his kindness to all people, regardless of their moral behavior. The sun rises and the rain falls on both the evil and the good.
Yeah, so God hasn't killed everyone on earth because he just didn't like the way they were living. That never happened. Fuck you.
In other words, he's not a unjust.
He didn't destroy an entire town because people wouldn't worship him. Your God is a monster, man. Your God is a fucking mass murderer.
God, he doesn't say, you get this, you don't get this, we both get it, because he's a just God. He is a call to imitate God's love, so he shows his love by doing this. He shows encouraging followers to love their enemies. Jesus calls him to imitate God's character.
Your God is a slumlord, man.
And God's love, and he shows love and kindness to all, irrespective of their actions, and to become.
No, unfortunately, Tiny Captain is not.
children of God and a radical nature of a Christian love. So the conclusion for 545 is serves as a powerful reminder of the expansive and inclusive nature of God's love by calling his followers to love their enemies.
That has nothing to do with the shape of the earth, dumb fuck. Absolutely nothing. What the fuck are you talking about? See, he's just filling time with bullshit. He has no evidence. He has no proof. He has no math. He has no geometry that can prove a flat earth. So he just rambles on about religion.
Jesus is teaching them to rise above
or about his lack of knowledge of religion.
common human behaviors and embody a divine qualities and compassion. This is going to be the same actually which you see with Ephesians 4 verse 6. It's Paul instructing the Ephesians to be Christians how to conduct themselves, and
that has nothing to do with the shape of the earth, moron. Jesus fucking Christ. See, this flat earth versus globe, Flatzoid versus Peter Markley, that has nothing to do with the flat earth or the globe. That's just you filling out 10 minutes because you fucking got fuck all.
And we have to understand that verses have context and meanings. If you go and you look at Genesis, it is a historical narrative. God spoke to Moses face to face, and he gave Moses the historical narrative, the biblical worldview. Either you have to decide for yourself, is God lying to Moses? Did he lie to him? Or was Moses illiterate and didn't understand what God was saying?
There's no God, dumb fuck. That's where you start. There's no God. It's made up, dude.
So I would unfortunately have to place the burden onto you, Peter, based on because we're both Christians, we're both Bible-believing Christians, and if you are claiming that God...
So hey, you're a Bible-believing Christian there, Flatzoid, aren't you? That's what you're saying? That's what you're saying? Let's look here. Some Bible verses that may not be widely practiced today include Leviticus 11:14 through 7, or 11:4 through 7. Don't eat animals with split hooves. I believe cattle or pig. Are cattle split hoof? I can't remember. Yeah, cows have split hooves. Do you eat beef, Flatzoid? Do you eat beef? Don't eat animals that don't have fins and scales. Huh. Do cows have scales? Do pigs have scales? Don't marry your wife's sister. Well, that doesn't apply to Flatzoid, I don't think. I don't know who his wife is. Don't plant two different kinds of seed in your field. Don't trim off hair at your temples. Huh. Wow, that's broken. Deuteronomy 23:17. Don't become a shrine prostitute. Have no idea what that means. But yeah, also don't wear mixed fibers in your clothing. Women shouldn't wear men's clothing, which includes jeans that fasten left over right, because that's a men's style jean. Don't wear men's shirts that button left over right. You know why that's so? You know why they what the hell? Oh, I gotta turn it off. You know why men's clothing are like this and women's clothing are like this? Because men were normally dressed by their handmaids who would dress them in the morning, and it was easier for them to dress a person the way their clothes were. So yeah. So you break all kinds of God's laws, man. So you can shut up about being so religious.
God spoke to Moses, it wouldn't be just allegorical. You'll have to take it literal, because if you're saying a historical narrative is only allegorical, you'll have to provide evidence that it
Yes, someone dressed them.
is so. You have to look at context with verses. I do agree that a lot of context is taken in verses in the Bible that can be allegorically made, but
my mom, to teach me how to tie my shoes correctly, had to learn how to tie her shoes left-handed. Had to, because it's different. She had to relearn how to tie her own shoes to teach me how to tie my shoes. Or she had to learn how to tie them upside down so she could show me and I'd see it the correct way because she was facing me.
You have to look at the whole verse as a whole to see what the context is about. When it comes to the cosmology, that is based on actual physical, historical narrative that existed. Now, the rebuttals you want me to give, we're probably going to get into that now with the sun.
There's the whole context. You want to look it up, Flatzoid? Want to look up the context of these verses that you break?
Changing size, angular size, and the positions and stuff. This has been explained many times. And yes, I will stick with it is optical. The sun's not in a physical position. And definitely.
The sun's not in a physical position. Then it can't be there. If the sun is not in a physical position, it can't exist. Just can't. Where we see it in its physical position is different. God damn, you're dumb. Holy shit, you're a dumb motherfucker.
Not 93 million miles away. I have never claimed it to be a robot.
Right, we've measured it at 93 million miles away. So your opinion doesn't mean anything.
Claim, as you put it. So that's a bit odd to try place that onto me. And I still don't understand how it would be in conclusion to not.
So you've never cited Robotham ever in your life, Flatzoid? You've never done that? We've never heard you on a live stream talk about Robotham? Never? You lying shit stain.
Make it a flat earth, because I have actually done demonstrations and I have also done some diagrams. I think Peter's seen it as well. Probably go through.
What, your angles to Polaris? That thing? Yeah, you failed. Your experiments, your demonstrations, failures.
It later now, where you can see it's just based on the perspective grid and your line of field of view. So as you're going, you got your limited field of view, and it's following that curve of the limited eye vision.
Limited field of view. How does that work, Flatzoid? So the sun goes out of our limited field of view, and it gets dark. But then we can see stars that are probably twice as far as the sun. We can see those. Why aren't those outside of our limited view? Why, motherfucker? Why? See, what you're saying makes no sense at all. No logical sense at all. No scientific sense at all. You don't understand physics. You don't understand optics. And you're a lying shit stain. So you're a worthless piece of shit, Flatzoid.
So next he wanted us to talk about the difference between the phenomenological and ontological properties. So I would say that if we had to take the ontological, by definition, it's the ontological is a philosophical study of being and existence. It explores the nature, categories, and structures of what exists.
No, he didn't want to go through the ontological, whatever logical thing you talked about. No. This is the time for you to present proof of flat Earth, to make a summary of the evidence you're going to present. And you haven't presented shit, man. That's why flat earthers fail in every debate they're in.
So the key questions would be: ontology asks questions like, what is the nature of being? What kinds of entities exist? What does it mean to exist? The methodology would be an inquiry involves abstract reasoning and conceptual analysis to understanding the fundamental aspects and categories of being in existence.
Right, and you don't understand any of it, man. You make shit up.
Notable philosophers' key figures include Aristotle, who is one of the earliest ontologists, and Martin Heidegger, particularly in his latest work where he just focused on questioning of being. And then we see on the focus, it's the nature of existence itself, the basic categories of being and a relationship between two types of entities. Then we go look at the comparison or contrast between the phenomenological and ontological. If we look at perspective, Phenomenological would be concerned with how things are experienced, focusing on the subjective perception of the consciousness. And ontological would be concerned with what things fundamentally are, focusing on the objective nature of existence. The objective versus subjective is for
Ontology is a field of study, a branch of metaphysics dealing with the nature of being. Has nothing to do with science, man. Ontology has nothing to do with science.
phenomenal.
You're talking philosophy.
Phenomenological, sorry guys, emphasizes subjective experience and the meaning things have within that experience. Ontological would emphasize the object's reality and the essential nature of being.
No, it's not. Has nothing to do with reality. It's metaphysics. It's the nature. It's not the reality. It's why we're here. It's not what we're here on or who we are.
I'm going to close this off quickly with, if you had to walk along the side of a beach and you saw a sandcastle, would you claim nature created itself, or was there a creator that created it, and therefore you would understand that it had a purpose?
What a dumb fucking argument. What an absolute retarded argument.
And I'll close off my 10 minutes of that. Thanks.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Flatzoid, for your introductory statement. Looks like
Well, you show us a God and we'll believe him. Show us God right now. Well, you can't right now because it's recorded, but you show us God and we'll believe him. We'll believe everything you say. You show us God.
we're going to have lots to go through as we get into our discussion here. So we have agreed to the format of 2-minute back and forths to everybody in our live chat who might be thinking we're doing a different format. So I'm going to get the timer ready here.
I mean, it's like everything we say. Oh, prove it. Show us proof. Show us proof. Show us proof. Show us proof. Well, I believe in God. Show us proof. Well, I don't have to. People make me fucking sick.
Here, and I'm going to remind our live chat here, if you are listening on podcast, I want to let you know right quick that all of our debates are uploaded to podcast form within 24 hours of us hosting them. So if you are listening on your favorite podcast app, make sure you are subscribed to the Modern Day Debate YouTube channel so that you don't miss out on the live events and you can engage with our speakers in the Q&A after the show. So with that out of the way, yeah, we'll go into a 2-minute back and forth. So, Peter, we'll start with you on the floor to respond to some of what you just heard, and timer's on.
All right, thank you. Flatzoid, thank you for helping me make my point for me about biblical cosmology, that the ancient Hebrews, their cosmology was indeed tied to this ancient Near East cosmology, which, as I showed, is anti-robothemist. Now, you mentioned that several times that you have never claimed to be a robothemist. I'm not sure if you're aware that one can hold a viewpoint without necessarily knowing the terminology that everyone might use for that viewpoint. I admit I invented the term robothemist, but I described very explicitly and clearly what my definition is for that term. And the definition fits your view. It is a flat Earth model where the sun travels in a circle overhead and never goes beneath or outside, the flat Earth. It's a time zone based flat Earth model. And I can actually share my screen here to show a drawing I just made while Flatzoid was talking here. It's kind of a Venn diagram. Can you see this? Okay, so here's the globe. Here's robothemism. Here's ancient cosmologies. Globe and ancient cosmologies are both observational. The globe is based on time zones. Ancient cosmologies are not because they didn't know about them. Your cosmology is up here based on time zones and is a flat Earth with the ancient cosmologies, but it is not observational. Okay, so your cosmology has as little to do with the cosmology of the ancient Hebrews as mine does. Okay? You cannot falsely claim that your cosmology is biblical here, because I showed you that ancient Near East cosmology, is that 2 minutes? Okay. I showed you ancient Near East cosmology showed the sun going underneath the Earth at night.
Let me answer for Flatzoid. Nuh-uh.
Okay, first of all, I appreciate everything, but you're not listening to what I said. I am not a Robothian. I've never claimed to be. And
Right. You never claimed to be because he just made that up. There's no such thing as Robothimism. He made it up. Like just now. So no, you could never claim to be that because that's not a thing, dipshit. But like he said, and like you're trying to weasel your way out of, you believe in everything that Robotham believes in. So you are a Robothimist, you dumb motherfucker. You lying sack of shit.
what a person makes their own model to be doesn't dictate the
You don't have a fucking model.
rest of humanity. So yes, I am labeled a flat earther because I'm a Hebrew cosmologist. I believe in the Hebrew cosmology.
And as he showed you, no, you're not. Because flat earth has nothing to do with Hebrew cosmology, dumb fuck. Jesus, are you not listening? Hello? McFly?
Which the Bible 100% describes. And yes, it's been observed through.
No, it doesn't 100% describe because the Bible has multiple different versions, all describing different things because people can't decide on which one to believe. It's interpreted. It's not 100% of anything, dumb shit.
Every civilization through history.
Oh, he knows who Robotham is. He knows who Robotham is. He's just a lying fuck. He's denying his own paradigm.
You making the claim it's never been observed is you having to back that up. If we just even read through Genesis, we can go through the scriptures if you want to, and those scriptures will clearly show that the earth is described as a stationary horizontal plane.
No, it isn't. There's no the word horizontal isn't in there, man. The word horizontal is nowhere in the Bible. Nowhere. unless you go by the flat earth Bible that some dumb motherfucker made up. Yeah, it might say it there. But you don't know what you're talking about. You're a lying sack of shit, Flatzoid. You're pathetic.
That is enclosed in a firmament. I have one question for you, though, because you wanted to bring this to the sun. Would you please tell us how a heliocentric worldview fits into the Bible with the sun only coming on the fourth day?
With the sun only coming on the fourth day. No, the sun rises every day. Why are you mixing science and religion? See, you're bringing an unfalsifiable narrative to a scientific discussion. The Bible has nothing to do with science. Heliocentrism does. It's nothing but science. It's measurements. I love how they say shit like, reality debunks the heliocentric model when they're not smart enough to realize that the heliocentric model is a measurement of reality. It'd be like saying my Nissan Chilton manual debunks my Nissan.
My time.
So that's a problem on both of our models. You know, one can speculate. The text does not say. You know, the text does not say. So we have to basically make inferences. Maybe it was God's glory shining, or maybe God created a temporary luminary. There are many solutions to this that, theologians have pondered over time, over these centuries. But your model has that same problem. As for Robothimism, yes, you are a Robothimist. You may not like the term, but it's correct to apply to you.
It's like him saying he's not a Robothimist is like Bev saying he's not a flat earther.
And no, you do not have the cosmology of the ancient Hebrews. As I showed you, the ancient Hebrews believed the sun went underneath the earth at night. So, or at least outside the firmament, like in the book of Enoch.
Right, and the ancients thought that the sun was carried across the sky in a golden chariot. Where's that chariot, dipshit? Where's that chariot, Flatzoid? If you put so much faith in the ancients, where's the chariot?
So,
Where are the portals?
if you want to walk through Bible verses, then answer my first challenge. Show me one Bible verse that describes this Robothemist local sun that never goes underneath or outside. As for heliocentric cosmology, as I told you, that's a straw man. The Bible does not describe the ontology of Earth. That's a modern concept.
And it's funny, he just said that the Bible is 100%, but yet you have to add words into it to get it to be that 100%, right? You have to infer things into the verses to make them fit your narrative. That's not being 100%. That's being very, very ambiguous and you making shit up to fit.
I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, again, he is straw manning me by telling me I'm a robothemist when I literally told I'm not. So, could you?
You know, if a famous politician proves he's a Nazi by quoting Hitler and doing things that Hitler would have done, could you say he's a Nazi? Yeah. He never said he's a Nazi, but he follows all the Nazi propaganda and teachings, so that would make him a Nazi, right?
You please stop calling me a robothemist because I'm literally not. I don't ascribe to Robothem's model. I ascribe to a Hebrew cosmology. And no, the Bible is very clear. Genesis 1 verse 14. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light.
That's weird because when I was born, according to the stars, I was a Virgo. But then a few years back, a few decades ago, I looked up my star sign, and I'm now a Leo. So how could God create a clock that's so fucked up that your star sign, your astrological sign changes? How does that happen, Flatzoid? How does that happen? How does Polaris drift off of where it's supposed to be by fractions of a degree every year? How does that happen?
Upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights.
Was your God drunk when he made everything?
The greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. He made.
Then why do we see the moon in the daytime, Flatzoid? Why do we see that?
The stars also. Notice that he made them in the firmament. They do circuits around the earth, as the Bible says.
And no, they don't, as physics says, as science says.
Notice that there's no contradiction for my problem, because on the fourth day, the sun came on the in the Bible. The heliocentric model requires a day for a rotation of the earth to be there, to go around. So in other words, your earth has to...
What? What the fuck did you just say? Huh. That's really fucking stupid what you just said, Flatzoid.
To do a full rotation around the sun to be considered a day. So the full
Of course, this dumb shit thinks that the sun stood still for what, 2 days? At least several hours? Just stood still in the sky. Didn't move at all. That's what this dumb shit thinks. That's fucking possible.
Rotation 24 hours going around the sun to make your day. There is no rotation, and just based on Genesis 1.
Yeah, there is. Bob Nodell proved it twice, motherfucker. Twice. If the earth didn't rotate, the sun would stay above your eye level. But because the Earth rotates, the sun goes below your eye level. I mean, it's real fucking simple, man.
One alone, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Means
That's a fairy tale. That's a fairy tale.
it's not heliocentric.
I mean, I can quote Harry Potter, but it doesn't make it real, does it? Doesn't make a 50-foot tall Cerberus real, does it? It's a book, Flatzoid. It's a book of fiction.
Because a sphere has form. A flat earth does not. So I would love you to try and
A flat Earth doesn't have form. This doesn't have form. This thing right here doesn't have form. What about this? Let's look up the word form, because I'm pretty sure this dumb shithead doesn't even know the definition of words. And yes, I said definition. It's a new word I'm working on. Form. Definition. The visible shape or configuration of something. So you're just a dumb fucking shithead who doesn't know the definition of fucking words. What a dumb motherfucker you are.
explain to us how you have a day if you're claiming a heliocentric model. Thanks.
Okay, over to you.
Okay, so I think you're confused. A day does not mean a full revolution around the sun. All a day means is one rotation of the Earth. And that can happen no matter.
Yeah. See, he doesn't know the definition. And who is it? Jack of all trades showed had a clip on his thing. Let's look that up. See if we can't find that where he mixes up days and years. I won't be able to find it. Go shorts. I don't know. I can't find it.
No matter what the source of light is that's illuminating the Earth. If it's God himself with his glory, or if it's a temporary luminary until he created the sun, either way, all the Earth has to do is rotate. As far as, I mean, if you, for whatever reason, the term robothemism offends you, we can choose a different term, maybe the zetetic model or something. But I object to you calling it the Hebrew model because it is not, as I showed you. You still have not shown me one Bible verse to support that. So I yield my time.
I'm going to take myself off mute for the audience so that so I have it right now that only the speakers can hear me because I'm just a glorified timekeeper. But yeah, if you guys did want to move into
Yeah, I can't find it.
outside of the Bible and move into other examples as well, we can move into that because I know this is a different avenue that we're kind of going down, which is cool. But I know Flatzoid's
Yeah, I can't
has
find
other
it.
arguments that he's brought up as well in the past just from hosting him prior. So you can always move down into different territory, but I'm going to try to remain on mute here while I just manage time. So go ahead there, Flatzoid.
Sure. Yeah, and I'm trying to keep it biblical at the moment because because he is also a Christian as myself, and we both do hold the biblical worldview. I did bring up scholars, atheists,
But you don't. You're about as much of a Christian as Satan is. That's how close to Christianity you are.
and Christian scholars that both disagree with Peter. Notice that I did bring up a scripture. I can bring up many more. We can go to Joshua 10, where
I brought up scriptures. What were they? Leviticus 11:4 through 7, Leviticus 11:9 through 10, Leviticus 8:18, Leviticus 9:19, Leviticus 19:27. See, Leviticus, I believe, is a rule book for the for the early Christians. Just look up Leviticus. Third book of the Torah and of the Old Testament, also known as the third book of Moses. Basically, rules to live by, to be good little brainwashed minions.
Where we look at where we look at the sun stopping instead of the earth moving. Notice that no, I did say if it did come out wrong, yes, it's the rotation of the earth in 24 hours, but it still has to go around something to make that rotation of the, because you are falling away.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, stupid. No, it doesn't. You need it to go around the sun to be a year, but no, it rotates. That's a day. It has nothing to do with the day-night cycle. Has absolutely nothing to do with the orbit around the sun, you dumb fuck. Jesus Christ, he's stupid. Holy shit.
From the sun to make your day.
I mean, look, he fucks up. He fucks up because he's stupid. Now he's trying to backpedal and make himself be right. What a dishonest fuck.
There was no sun to make a day. And also note that your heliocentric model, like I said in the beginning, you didn't have a Earth to rotate because it was formless. It was water. It
was formless. Okay. That seems hard to believe.
Was nothing there. So everything I've said.
Formless doesn't mean nothing there, stupid. Form, the visible shape or configuration of something. Formless. Definition. Without a clear or definitive shape or structure. It doesn't mean non-existence, you stupid fuck. Tell us you're stupid without saying the words, motherfucker.
You can get, if you want, I can.
Oh, he doesn't know simple words. He just doesn't know anything. But he thinks he's the smartest motherfucker on the planet.
Books and citations showing different cosmologies which all describe the heliocentric model.
And libraries have thousands upon thousands upon thousands of books that prove you wrong.
The Hebrew cosmology, just as the Bible depicts and what I subscribe to. And no, just because people like Robotham or Zedetic now make a flat earth model doesn't mean it's biblically based on the Bible. People have different views. I'm specifically telling you this is what the Bible said.
How could people have different views on something that's definite? How could people have different views on something that's 100% definite, motherfucker, like you said it is?
This is what I ascribe to, and I think it's wrong to try and rope me into a model I don't ascribe to.
It's not my fault that you don't understand the history of your own ideas. Your ideas do descend from Samuel Robotham. Yes, he did base them on what he understood the Bible to say, but both you and he are wrong in the same way for the same reason, because your ideas are shared. And I mean, you still haven't addressed any single point I've made. You haven't shown me one verse from the Bible that shows a Robothamist sun or a Zetetic sun or whatever you want to call it. I think you're just confused on like the globe model because you said that the Earth has to go around something for a day. The only thing it's going around is its own axis. You know, it's the poles, the north and south poles, and a sphere can be formless too. I mean, you're just kind of throwing mud here. And the other challenge was like a consistent hermeneutic for Matthew 5:45 and Ephesians 4.
Yes, if the form is supposed to be a square or a cube, a sphere would be formless. It hasn't come into that square form.
4:26. You gave a sermon. You didn't, and you know, thank you for the sermon. It was those are indeed the lessons that are being taught, but that doesn't address my point.
He can't address your point. He can't. He's not smart enough.
Notice again, guys,
Hey, you're muted, Sean.
he's ignoring the big issue he has. The Bible doesn't describe it having a form, so therefore you can't claim heliocentrism. He also, again, keep on pushing me with robothenism, which I have no anything to do with him. I've never claimed him. I've never said I claim. In fact, I've said I don't ascribe to robothenism.
Now you say that. What about all the other times you've talked about him? And zetetic astronomy. What about those times, Flatzoid?
I ascribe to Hebrew cosmology. If his model is similar to Hebrew cosmology, it doesn't mean I ascribe to his cosmology. No, the Hebrew cosmology has been around since Moses. God spoke directly to Moses. So that's when the Hebrew cosmology was presented to the Israelites, to everybody. So, no, I am not in a new kind of model you're trying to push me on. I'm telling you straight, the Bible describes the flat earth. I can give
You can't hold me to anything that I'd have to support.
you a whole plethora of verses to give so, but we can just go to Genesis alone to show that it does show a flat earth and it can only work with a flat earth. I still don't see you going and just saying,
And no, nothing works with a flat earth. Everything about the flat earth is physically impossible. Absolutely everything. We've proven this. We've proven this.
I don't understand, or that you're trying to still push a model me that I don't agree with, doesn't mean I don't understand, just means you're being dishonest without even saying, okay, yeah, I concede the Bible doesn't explain a globe model. It does, however, explain a flat.
Right. And it doesn't describe a flat model either. It just doesn't.
In
You twist and manipulate the words to make it mean what you want it to confirm your bias.
closed earth.
So sad,
So
man.
basically, I wanted everyone to notice that what Flatzoid is doing here is stacking the deck by changing definitions of terms to ensure that his view is, appears to be the winner. He is refusing the term robothemism and claiming the term biblical cosmology.
It's like on fucking Gems yesterday. On Gems Sunday roast, he had a clip from some hoochie mama. I don't even know her name. Some influencer, I guess, musician. Or I'm sorry, person who makes music. And she was being interviewed, and it's like, so you're a musician? And she says, no, I'm not a musician. I make music. Right, that would make you a musician. No, I don't do magic. I'm not a magician. I make music. Then you're a musician. No, I make music. That's what we're seeing here. An idiot not understanding simple words and denying that they are what they are.
As I've shown many times, both of his claims there are false, and he has not addressed anything.
Mm-hmm.
The all of the
He never
scholars that you
does.
cited, Flatzoid,
He
they
never
disagree with you just as much as with me.
He never fucking does. He never presents anything. He never addresses anything. He just makes his own shit up. Denies everything you say. Says everything you say debunks you. Nuh-uh. My holy book. He's just a worthless lump.
Okay? And God did not give Moses a cosmology. He gave him a historical narrative, which was not ontological. So, I mean, we could move on from the topic because we seem to be at a stalemate, but like,
What are you looking at, Flash? Are you getting help from your chat? Is that what you're looking at?
you're just changing definitions here.
See, he's getting help from his chat. Look at him real close to the screen, getting help from his chat. He's fucking lost. Come on, get help. Get help before you speak. Yeah, make sure that you're following what your idiot followers tell you. That's not me.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a
Ryan, come on, man. Work on your mute game.
okay, I can't seem to find that PDF, but it's fine. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna clearly state again. Just saying nah, hand wave dismissing it doesn't mean I'm wrong. It just shows you don't
That's what you do, Flatzoid. He's not saying nuh-uh. He's being perfectly concise. Nuh-uh is your purview.
want to accept the historical narrative. Note, guys, he just said historical narrative. That means God gave Moses the actual historical account of how Earth was created. So based on a biblical worldview, you either have to accept that's what God's made the Earth to be, a flat enclosed
What if you don't believe in the Bible? What if you're an atheist, Flatzoid?
domed Earth, or you have to say, nah, I believe man over God and call God a liar.
Yes, if God says that the earth is flat, he's a liar. But of course, there's no such thing as God, or we'd be able to see him. See, see, science deals in nature, in the natural, not the supernatural. God is supernatural.
That's all I can say about this on biblical discussion. I would love to get onto the root meanings of words, because that would also show that it's depicting clearly a flat, enclosed, domed earth and not
The root meanings of words that you don't understand?
a sphere. But it seems the biblical discussion we're supposed to have is now trying to get away from a biblical discussion, which I don't understand, because that's exactly what we were having, is a biblical discussion.
Like I said, it's up to you guys if you want to keep trying to explore. But yeah, if we get caught up on terms and we can't actually get into the meat of it, then it does become, like I say, a hard thing to push forward with. So yeah, and I did
What are you nodding your head for, moron?
mean to be on mute earlier for the live chat. I'm
You're
just
the biggest fucking violator of it.
trying to not have this podcast completely riddled with me saying 1 minute, 2 minutes. But I'll do it if you want me to. All right. So, yeah, maybe let's try to push into some new territory. Like I said, unless we know that we got something that we can.
See, when he says you guys, he's talking to you, Flatzoid. That's a polite way of saying you. And that's why a nurse, when she comes into your room, says, oh, time for us to take our medicine. She isn't trying to single you out and make you feel like a less than. She's saying, time for us to take our medicine. It's a generalization, meaning you, not us. See, that's that little subtlety that he added. But he's talking about you, Flatzoid.
Can dig into a little bit more deeper here.
Fucking moron.
Go ahead.
I did find it interesting in his email. He did say,
Yeah, that was pretty funny. I'd like to find a copy of it without other people's analysis. Like the original, does MC Toon have the original video linked? I wonder. Nope. Nope.
maps. And he said, if you're looking at the Gleason map, the sizes and things are distorted. I would say, yeah, what about you can show me one accurate 100% map for the globe? Even
Yes, Google Maps. Here we go. Google Maps. Absolutely. Google Maps. Fucking stupid.
your Mercator map has distortion sizes and stuff, so it doesn't really.
Right, that's a projection from the globe, dipshit. Yeah, Google Maps is not a projection. It's 100% accurate. Now, the direction you get from Google from Google aren't accurate, but that's just because their software malfunctions. But Google Maps is 100% accurate, and it's a sphere. Represents a sphere. God, he's just not smart enough to understand that, is he?
Matter what the distortions are, because every map has their own unique point of contention and what they are designed for. The Gleason's map is not a distance map; it's a time and sundial map, actually.
Right, and that's all it's for, man. That's the only reason it exists. It even says it's a projection. It's not a projection of a flat Earth. It's a projection of the globe. Even the patent that he filed to patent it says that it's a deformation, or a, what do you call it? He used a word that isn't commonly used now, but it's a deformed globe. It's a globe flattened out. God damn it, man.
So it's not made to say the distances and the size
Thanks for the donation, West Side Girl. Thank you very, very much.
of continents. So that just was one thing that I found very interesting. Would Peter be able to show me any globe map that has all the continents 100% in correct configuration, as he puts it? I would say.
Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Let me see. There you go, dumb fuck. There you go. Here's Google Maps. Or Google Earth. And when you zoom out, zoom, da, 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 da. See, this is with it deformed. There you go. Hmm. This is a 100% accurate and correct map of the Earth. Right there, buddy. Right there. What do you know? We've got Antarctica as a continent at the bottom of it. And the north central rotational point right there. Here's all the continents at the correct size, the correct relationship to each other. Works perfectly on a globe, dipshit. Don't know what the fuck your problem is.
All right, 2 minutes on the floor. Over to you, Peter.
So the
Oh, do you? Good, good. Yeah, post the link on Discord and we'll present it.
Mercator map is distorted because it's flat. By mathematical definition, you cannot show an undistorted flat map of a spherical surface without, I mean, it's not possible. It's what mathematicians call a non-developable surface. So all flat maps of a sphere are going to be distorted in some way.
So whenever Flatzoid's getting beat and he knows he's getting proved wrong, he does this. He does that fish mouth thing. And then he has this kind of, yeah, look on his face. I mean, he talks about other people, right? about how oh, he doesn't look enthused, so he must be lying, or he doesn't look happy, so they must be lying. But when you look at him, man, he just looks like he's half asleep all the fucking time.
The only undistorted map you can make of the surface of a sphere is a sphere, and that's why schoolrooms have globes. If you look at a schoolroom globe, that's undistorted.
Right, and to beat you to the punch, dipshit, not all globes say not for educational uses. Not all globes say that.
All right, I think he's handing the ball back. So go ahead, Flatzoid.
Okay, no. So you would understand that it's hypocritical to say, "Oh, Gleason's map, so therefore the continent doesn't look right." You would say that is then hypocritical because you don't have a map that shows it at all the same size either.
From the sounds of things, let's just try to do our open discussion.
Yes, we do, dipshit. Here. Right there, man. That's a perfectly 100% accurate map. You dumb fucking liar.
Because it sounds like we're getting wrapped up nice and succinctly. I think we've set a good tone, so let's try it, fellas. Open discussion.
Flatzoid, I just gave you.
Right. Map. They say all maps are flat. No, the definition of a map is a diagrammatic representation of an area of land or sea showing physical features, cities, roads, etc. Has nothing to do with the shape of it, dumb fuck. I could make a map, wrap it around an octagon, and it would still be a map.
A map. I just described one. A schoolroom globe.
I'll be right back. Hold on. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Be right back. All right, false alarm.
Globe's not a map. By definition, it's
Yes.
No, it's not. Not by definition. Fuck you. I just showed you the definition of map.
Yes, it is.
Go
Why
and
is
get
it
the
not?
definition. I had the same debate with FTFE, and while he was telling me it's wrong, we had the actual definition on screen saying there's a distinction between a map and a globe.
No, there isn't. Right here, buddy. Right here, dumb fuck. A diagrammatic representation of an area of land or sea showing physical features, cities, roads, etc.
All right, well then basically you've rigged the question because you're saying give me something that's not a sphere that doesn't distort a sphere.
No,
It's mathematically impossible.
Yes, that's exactly what he's saying. That's exactly what you're saying, Flatzoid. He's nailed you.
Yeah, but that's my point. So I would say it's a
Oh, okay. Show me a dog that's a cat. Show me a dog that's a cat, Flatzoid. Show me a dog that's not a dog. That's what you're saying. Fucking lying sack of shit.
a mute argument to make a claim that, oh, Gleason map, Africa's distorted or whatever. I can say, well, every map on the globe is distorted too. So therefore, it's an argument.
Okay.
Because they're flattened out, stupid. That's why they're distorted, because you're taking it from its original shape and stretching it. God, you're just not smart enough to understand that or honest enough to admit it.
Let me share my screen. Give me one
What
second.
I
a
understand
dumb
your reasoning.
fuck.
I'm saying then it's just a
Oh
mute
no, I
argument.
don't think you do understand my reasoning. I really don't.
You guys are trying to take spherical objects and wrap it flat. That's
Oh, cool. Thank you.
your whole argument.
No.
All right, I'll give you a minute to do your screen share there.
God, what a dishonest piece of shit this asshole is. Holy fuck. And he's got this cute little fucking look on his face. Like, see, I think what he's doing is he's trying SSUM's technique of just pissing off the other person for laughs.
There you go.
Now, if you can't win an argument, trigger your opponent and get a kick out of it. Oh yeah, I triggered him. Look at him. I triggered him. I didn't prove anything. Didn't back up my claims, but I triggered him.
Just let me know when you're
Fucking
ready.
piece of shit.
And I'll remind everybody as well, because looking at the audience here, we've got almost 700 people that are tuned in right now live. Welcome everybody. We hope you hit the like button, share this out in those lovely spaces you like having these discussions. Looks like Peter's got his screen share ready, so let's get over here. And you're ready to go. 1 minute on the floor, Peter.
Like I said, my mobility scooter comes tomorrow. And if they would let me, and only if they would let me do it, I would not take any liberties with anything the VA gives me unless they allow it. And once I perfect my airbrush technique, that's what I want. That's what I want to do to it. I want to do a real fire flame job on it. I think that would look awesome.
Okay, Flatzoid, can you tell me what this is?
The equidistant map.
Can you? There's more to it. Can you tell me what the orange blobs are?
That's where your sun is. I don't know. You tell me. You're the
No,
one
it's called Tissot's indicatrix.
Okay.
It shows mathematically exactly.
Tissot's indicatrix. That sounds like a character on Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
What the distortion is.
Or
The
Charmed.
distortion exactly matches.
What's your name? I'm Tito the Indicatrix.
How this is projecting from a globe, a spherical globe surface to a flat map. Every flat map of the globe has a Tissot's indicatrix to show the math behind the distortion. It can be shown mathematically that.
What do you mean, don't agree like you know what the fuck he's talking about? Flatzoid's the kind of douchebag that just repeats the last few words a person says to make it seem like he's following along.
They all correspond to the surface of a sphere.
And you can show me a map that doesn't have distortions?
Yes. Yes, we can, Flatzoid. Watch. Look, here, check it out. Check it out again. There you go. There you go. That's a map with no distortions. And guess what? We can get directions with this map.
If by map you mean a flat surface, then no, by definition, you cannot have. How are you acting like that's
my
winning
argument?
anything?
And that's my argument. As I said, it's a mute argument, because in the email with what you want to say, you say, oh, because the Gleason map, it's distorted. Great.
Yeah,
so
a distorted.
You don't have...
Yes, it's distorted because it's flat. When something doesn't match reality, you cannot say that it's reality. You can't. Well, you can because you're a lying sack of shit. But honest people can't say that if something doesn't match reality, you know?
You don't have an undistorted map. My point is you don't have an undistorted map for the globe either.
No, you just.
Yeah, we do, dude. Look, watch it. One more time. There you go. Undistorted map of the globe. Right there. Right there.
You just chopped off half my point. When you quoted that, no, it's not, because what I said was it's distorted according to spherical globe math. Exactly according to spherical globe math.
And?
Which mathematically shows that it comes.
What do you mean, and? See, an intelligent person would follow along with this conversation and know what that infers. And you're saying, and? Jesus, what an ignorant fuck.
From a sphere. If you
thank
measure the distortion on this map, it will match the distortion between this map and a sphere, which shows that the real life shape of your country.
Is that no thanks, don't trust NASA? I trust NASA? Cool. Thank you very much. How long is it?
More.
Okay, about 4 hours. That's where it starts at 6:16, I think.
Country is as it should be on a spherical globe.
Okay, and is there math for dark matter?
What the fuck are you talking about? What does dark matter have to do with the shape of the Earth, moron? See, this is their deflection. They don't understand simple geometry. When they get stuck, they say, "Well, what about dark matter?" I mean, you can't understand simple fucking math, and you want to take on fucking astrophysics, theoretical physics? Admit it, man. Concede. You're stupid. You don't know what you're fucking talking about. You've been beaten.
Total red herring fallacy.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
it
trying to make
is.
the point here. Is there
Yeah, it's absolutely a fucking red herring fallacy. It's like if you're talking about fire trucks and someone brings up a police car, that's a red herring fallacy. That's a red herring fallacy. Or if you're saying, you know, cities need more fire trucks, need more firemen, there's too many fires, there's too many houses burning down, and you say, well, I like puppy dogs.
math for
Then make your
rainfall?
point. Don't make a red herring fallacy.
I was still talking. So there's math for dark matter. Does that make dark matter real?
No, dark matter's theoretical, stupid. It's theoretical. It's our best description of why things do what they do. It's not real. But the Earth is real. The Earth is a real fucking thing. If you fall from a great height or even a low height, you're going to fucking hurt yourself on it. It's a real physical thing that we've measured. Fucking dumb fuck.
The mass of the globe can be measured using a vehicle, an automobile and its odometer, or it could be measured using,
survey equipment.
There
you
are
go.
all kinds of ways to measure the shape of your country. That's how they got these maps.
Yes, and
dark matter is a red herring fallacy.
No, I'm trying to make a point that you're saying because maths, therefore reality.
No, that's not what he's saying. He's saying because of measurements, reality.
We got maths for things that don't exist. You can make maths for unicorns. It doesn't make it exist.
No, you can't make maths for unicorns. You can't because they don't exist. Now you can come up with formulas for the reactions of things to other things, but that doesn't mean that thing is real. It means it's something that's unexplained and it's a red herring fallacy. Jesus fucking Christ. Well, what about unicorns? What about reality, motherfucker? Let's talk about it.
Flatzoid,
but I'm glad you're moving on to surveying because that requires a flat Earth.
No, it doesn't. No, it fucking doesn't. Surveying measures the Earth as spherical. Fucking dumbass. Jesus Christ. Heard it so many times I could dance to it.
No. Flatzoid, do you believe 1 + 1 = 2?
Yes, mathematically it does.
All right, thank you. So, math.
See, the correct answer would be yes, not mathematically yes. So you're qualifying it, meaning you think that non-mathematically it could, but of course you don't know the difference between apples and oranges. So you're not the best person to talk about math.
Math can be valid sometimes. If you take one apple and you add one more apple.
Oh God, please, Flatzoid, make a rebuttal. Oh, talk about your apples and oranges. Oh God, I hope he does that.
You have how many apples?
2 apples. And if I describe that apple as an orange...
It doesn't make it an orange, dumb fuck. You can't change variables in the middle of a fucking equation. How many legs does a cow have? 4. If you call his tail a leg, how many legs does a cow have? Still has 4. Just because you call the tail a leg doesn't mean it's a fucking leg. Jesus Christ. How the fuck old are you, man?
And it's not really orange in reality. Does that make it an apple?
No, you're just arbitrarily you're using math wrong in order to try to debunk math. That's
absolutely. That's what they do. They use science wrong to debunk science. They think science will debunk reality, or reality will debunk science.
It's not
No,
an
it's
argument.
very simple. Can you make an equation for unicorns to exist?
That's an incoherent question. I cannot
Okay,
answer.
let's say
Yeah,
you
it
made
is.
let's say you made an equation for dark matter. That's what we're talking about now. There's an equation that shows there has to be dark matter because it needs to exist, otherwise the rest of the models don't work. You would agree with that?
There is a specific set of observed evidence for and against dark matter.
Great.
That's why it's
But
still hypothetical.
Yeah, same way as the Earth rising to simulate gravity. That's a hypothetical. It's a thought experiment. So get your head out of the fucking clouds.
okay, but my point
Because
is there's math for it.
You don't have a fucking point.
yeah,
And that math describes dark matter as a real thing.
No,
no, it
no, it doesn't.
analyzes dark matter as a hypothetical thing. Math does not.
Math is a description, it's a language, it just describes things. You can use math to
Yes,
Pretty goddamn accurately.
describe anything. Doesn't mean what it's describing is reality. That's my point.
you can also use it to deduce things, as we just did with the with 1 apple plus 1 apple equals how many apples. That's a deduction. Okay, it's a very, very basic, like first grade deduction, because we can't apparently get on to the deduction that when you measure the shape of South Africa using an odometer or surveying equipment or whatever you want to use, the shape differs from this azimuthal map by exactly the right math as you would expect from a spherical Earth.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And
You
that's my
cannot get
point.
around that.
And that's my point. No map.
And that's my point. No, it's not your no, it's not your point, dumb fuck. He is debunking your point. See, that's how dishonest Flatzoid is. Everything you say proves him right. Everything you say proves him right, especially the parts that contradict him. That's what a lying shit stain this guy is.
Encoding the azimuthal equidistant map, everyone is distorted. Okay, that's my point. So it's a mute
No,
argument.
they're not.
Because the picture on the map doesn't fit the math in reality, doesn't make the
It
math
does fit
wrong.
the math. That's what I'm showing you. It does fit the math exactly. The math exactly describes
Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh.
how it will differ from reality.
Okay. Now, can we please move on to the
Move on. Are you waving the white flag? Giving up, Flatzoid? Concede, motherfucker. You have no logical choice.
measurements? Because you says it's measured using surveying.
Using spherical excess. Not a laser beam shining over the water.
Well,
Do you know how surveying works?
You fucking don't.
I'm not a surveyor. If we were going to go into that subject, I would rather have
You think surveying requires a flat plane when you can do surveying from the top of a fucking mountain, motherfucker. How many flat planes are on top of the point of a mountain?
What's his name, Baron, on here with me from TikTok, but I can't.
I can tell you, it's done with planar surveying, and it's required.
No, it's done with geosurveying. Planar surveying is done on the short distance for like buildings and bridges and houses and shopping centers and football fields, airports. That's planar surveying. To measure the Earth, they use geosurveying, geodetic surveying.
To have a horizontal reference
I
data.
mean, you're just a lying sack of shit, Flatzoid, who doesn't know what the fuck you're talking about.
So therefore, using a flat Earth to make your measurements.
Based on the conversation we just had about the math of Tissot's indicatrix and measuring the shape of your country, I am pretty sure that what you just said is wrong.
Nope. Definitely
It's absolutely wrong.
based on a flat Earth horizontal datum?
It's probably not.
No, it's not.
Sorry, you just said you know nothing about
I didn't
surveying,
say I
and
know
you want
nothing.
to tell me, the guy that's telling you how it works, I'm wrong.
Well, you've shown.
But you don't know how it works either, idiot. You don't know how anything works. You're a fucking stupid shithead.
A lot of ignorance so far, and
I haven't shown
think...
any ignorance.
Oh, yes, you have.
You've shown hand wave dismissal. You've shown still pushing things on me after I said, please don't push it on me. You've just shown you
don't get a
ignore
choice
the things
about
I'm bringing to you. You don't understand the things you bring up like surveying, and then you want to tell me I'm wrong. So I'm going.
Yeah, you don't understand a fucking thing about surveying because every surveyor who's come across you says you're fucking wrong, man. You don't know shit, man.
Again.
I
Based on
admitted
surveying,
that I had
your
an
map,
area
your
where I
map,
was
your
not an
map for your
expert.
model. Wait, sorry,
Hold on,
your map
let him wrap.
that comes for your maps is based on flat Earth measurements.
No.
Yes.
No.
Literally horizontal datums.
It
No.
approximates a flat Earth if you only measure locally within a certain distance, because that's how math works. That's
And
how
how far-
reality and geometry works.
And how far is a local distance in planar surveying?
It completely depends on the precision required. So if you're trying to, and this is something another surveyor told me when I was live on TikTok recently. If you're pouring concrete for an entire warehouse, like like you're gonna build a new Walmart or a new, something, and you need, dozens of acres of space, and you want that concrete foundation to be level, then that's big enough. You actually do need to account for the curvature of the Earth.
You use a water level.
No.
There's no account for Earth curve.
That's false.
No, not for doing local stuff. Unless your shopping center is 69 miles long, and still then it'd only be a degree of curvature. But yeah, I understand his point, but he's thinking of geodetic surveying and not planar surveying.
A surveyor told me otherwise. And here's the thing: you're not a surveyor. I'm not a surveyor. I admit my ignorance. You don't.
Planar.
Right. He's not honest enough to admit it. To admit his ignorance. See, I admit my ignorance of trigonometry. I do not know trigonometry. The only thing I know about trigonometry is SOHCAHTOA. I can tell you what that means, but I can't show you how to use it. But I'm honest enough to admit that I don't understand it. Flatzoid's not honest at all.
Surveying goes up to 150 miles before geodetic surveying starts coming. I've actually debated surveyors on this.
Then why are you talking about planar surveying when the Earth is a lot bigger than 150 kilometers? Why are you talking about planar surveying when we're measuring something that's thousands of kilometers in size? See, that's the dishonesty of this piece of shit.
Subject. So I find it very ironic that you're trying to tell me I don't know about the subject when you in fact don't even know what a reference datum for planar surveying is. Now I'm going to ask you again, what is the measurements they make when they do?
Right, but we're not talking about planar surveying, we're talking about geodetic surveying. You fucking lying sack of fuck.
Do the planar surveying? Do they measure curve?
No, I don't want to go into this subject. I told you that I'm not an expert on this. I don't think you are either.
I don't know what. Then don't tell me. I don't know what's going on if you don't know.
All right.
Right, you don't know either. You don't know either. Because every surveyor said so. Proves that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
So
literally telling you.
I'm just going to jump in here. So if this is not an avenue that you would like to go down into, that's totally fine, Peter. But if you want to move into a new territory, that's totally.
See, Flatzoid knows everything because he has internet cancer. It's given him that secret knowledge.
Sorry,
cool. So I can.
Sorry, Ryan. I just have to say you don't have to white knight for him, and he's a big man.
Oh. Well, what was I doing for you earlier then? No, I'm just.
No, I'm white knighting for me.
All right, no, it's
I
fine.
can hold my own.
But I want to give you both a chance.
No, you can't. You're a lying sack of shit. You can't hold your own.
course, to present your cases here. So, Peter, if you did have a new territory that we haven't explored yet to go into,
How about my number 3 challenge that Flatzoid hasn't even touched yet?
What was it again?
My own personal observation of sunset, combined with time zones that equals a globe.
First, you have to prove that
Well, personal observational dome.
it has to prove it's a globe. You're making the burden there. So I don't know what I have to rebut about it. Is it because you
Sorry,
said
what?
if the sun's always up in the one, it's going to be, based on perspective, has to be down by someone else?
So you didn't hear or understand my argument?
No, he didn't understand your argument. You used a lot of big words in your introduction, and he doesn't understand simple words
I'm trying to figure out. You gave 3 different
like form.
arguments. So I'm just trying to find, is that the one where you say because on a flat earth the sun's always supposed to be in the sky but also below at the same time?
No, that's not what he said. See, you're stupid. You don't understand what people tell you. But you think you're smarter than everyone.
That is related. That's a quote from when I made that argument.
Okay,
yes.
then
How geometrically is a sun that's 3,000 miles over your head supposed to go away 6,000 miles horizontally to the ground and appear at the horizon or lower? How does that work, Flatzoid? You've not been able to explain that. I've asked you that question and you've ignored it. Why do you ignore that question, Flatzoid?
then I'm going to tell you, did you take refraction into account?
Oh.
No, because it's not necessary.
And you don't take refraction into account for anything, you fucking hypocritical cunt.
So when we look through the atmos, do we have refraction?
There's no such thing as atmos, moron. That's a word that you guys made up based on a Greek suffix or prefix.
On some level, yes.
There's always refraction present, correct? Because light's always trapped.
Not when you look straight up. And when you're looking at anywhere low above a 25-degree angle, it's minimal. Like maybe a half a degree.
Traveling through the atmos.
On some level, yes.
Right. So would that change the...
And no, you don't always have refraction. If the atmospheric conditions are correct, you don't even have to account for it in celestial navigation. If it's cold enough and the barometric pressure is at a certain level, you don't even have to account for it.
Position of the sun.
Only by about 1 degree.
Can you prove that claim only by 1 degree?
Prove that claim? It's already been proven, moron. Take a fucking physics class.
I mean, your claim, what exactly is your claim? Like that the sunset is going to differ from the arctangent function I described?
See, his claim is that parallel lines cross. They'd have to. That's what his claim is. All right, Globermom, thanks a lot.
By more than 1 degree?
Because it doesn't take any optical phenomena into
Have
account.
fun.
It's what we would call Muppet vision. It's
Muppet vision? No, that's what Nathan Oakley calls it. So you're now speaking for Nathan Oakley? You're a Nathan Oakley puppet? And I showed in my debate with Brian Leakey that perspective, what we see in perspective, is perfectly represented by orthographics. So, yeah, shut the fuck up about your Muppet vision, Muppet.
Orthographical view you're trying to place there. Orthographical view doesn't take optical phenomena into account, only angular size change.
Yes, it does. Most fucking certainly does. It fucking certainly does. If I look up at 20 degrees or 50 degrees or 10 degrees, and I stand at an orthographic angle, and I take a picture of you doing that, and I measure the angle, it's going to be the fucking same, moron.
You're using...
And orthographics describe the world or describe the scene better than perspective does. Not only does it show what you'd expect to see in perspective, it shows the reality of life better because it shows the actual relationship between objects. So you're fucking ignorant, you're dumb as shit, and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
All kinds of terms incorrectly. Orthographic is actually opposed to perspective, and we are in a perspective view when we use a camera. So that's not correct.
And no, it isn't opposed to it. Perspective is created from orthographic views, multiple orthographic views.
It does
Oh, thanks, Osimo.
neglect atmospheric refraction
Hey, Steven.
for the specific reason that we know atmospheric refraction was negligible for the experiment.
Okay, so you're saying orthographic view is not perspective based, like I said.
That's correct.
No, it's not. That's why they're called two different things. But orthographic describes or represents the scene better than perspective can.
Correct. Orthographic means
I'm
not
correct,
perspective.
Then why are you saying I'm wrong and then literally saying the same thing I said?
I'm not saying the same thing you said.
You did. I just said
No, he isn't.
orthographic view is not perspective based.
No, you said
I'm wrong.
I don't think.
No, you called orthographic Muppet vision, and you said it doesn't represent the scene correctly. That's what you said. It doesn't represent what we see in perspective, but it actually does. It does better than we can see in perspective.
That's what you said, but maybe
That's
I
what I
misheard.
said. But I'm going to say again, yeah, I'm glad you understand orthographic view is not perspective based. So therefore, you can't use orthographic view to claim perspective.
Okay, yeah. So you said I was using orthographic view. I'm not. That's not correct.
Yeah, he wasn't. He wasn't using orthographic view. What you saw with him moving away with the light was perspective, dipshit. God damn, you're dumb.
Arctangent is orthographic, is it not?
No.
No.
No, it's mathematical, stupid. It's not orthographic.
Triangle based on side view.
It's a triangle based on side view. Jesus fucking Christ, this guy.
It's a
Can you bring it up on
cross-section.
screen? Can you bring it up on screen for everybody?
I have never met a dumber motherfucker. Sorry. I have not met a dumber shithead than this guy.
And show
Yes.
us where perspective is there, please.
A more dishonest person than this shithead.
Excellent. So I just closed the poll. So while you get your screen share up and running there, here I'll just transfer that over. I'll get us off the screen so everybody can see it. I just closed our poll, so I'll give you the stats here. So we had 607 votes. If we can get that many likes, that's going to be awesome for the stream.
He has no fucking clue how perspective works. Because he thinks the sun can go below your eye level on a flat earth. He does not understand perspective at all. He thinks parallel lines cross.
Stream boost us up. So if you haven't already hit the like button, smack it around. It doesn't hurt it at all, trust me. So 57% of our live chat have voted for globe, 25% for flat, and then 16% for the trollers have said a loaf of bread. So that is where we're standing right now. We'll do another poll similar to that.
So according to Flatzoid's polls, that means that the earth is not flat. So he should concede to that, right? According to the way he runs his own polls on his live streams, that means he has to concede that the earth is not flat.
That before the end, but let's carry on, gents.
Let's see if the hypocritical shit stain will.
Yeah, let's carry on, yeah.
Awesome. So you would understand this is based on orthographic.
All right, yes, maybe I misunderstood what your point is saying. This is an orthographic view, yes.
Great, so there's no perspective taken into account here.
No, this is an orthographic view of perspective. You see the little stick man? This is describing his perspective.
Yeah, like I say, it's not perspective based. Can you show me convergence in that orthographic view?
Convergence? Yes. Yes, here is convergence. See, this angular size is smaller than this angular size. That's convergence.
Yeah, it's this the limit of this function right here, the arctangent function, as this sun would recede, the angle that is seen by the stick man between the horizon and the sun would approach 0 as
but
the sun continued to recede farther and farther away.
Okay, so the angle's getting smaller as it gets further away. That's what you're saying.
Yes, that's how convergence or vanishing point works, and that's exactly what I demonstrated in this.
Okay. Okay, can you show me the ground rising up to meet on that, please?
The ground does not rise up to meet anything. I don't know what you mean by that.
Then it's not convergence, because
No, the ground rising up to meet the shit is optical. It's not physical. It's optical.
the ground is supposed to
No,
rise
that's just
relative-
because you're misusing terms and you're like,
No. Perspective is very,
Yes.
very simple. Everything below your eye line rises up relative to meet to the convergence point, and everything above.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, nothing rises up, Flatzoid. Nothing rises up. It's level. How can something that's level rise up?
you're just regurgitating your script. That's not how perspective works.
Dude, I literally majored in art. I studied art. Perspective. Everything has a
But you don't. But you use paint with your illustrations, and you don't know how perspective works. You failed at art. Where'd you take art? Fucking Pittsburgh?
convergence line.
It's
Which did you draw? Was it Zippy the Turtle, or was it the old sea captain to get in? Which one did you draw, Flatzoid?
math.
Everything above.
If you didn't study the math behind this, then your art is worthless.
Everything above your eye line converges down relative to eye level. Everything below rises up relative to that convergence zone. Can you show me this convergence in your orthographic view, please?
What you're describing is the point where the angle observed by the stick figure here would cross the eye level horizontal line. So, if you're drawing a line, here's the red line and then the green line and the blue line, they're progressively getting closer to horizontal to eye level. And if you pass that threshold, then because rays of perspective diverge from the viewer, that line will eventually reach the ground because it's now pointed slightly downward.
Okay,
Past
let's
horizontal.
take the red, the green, and the blue. Are those suns on exactly the same line?
They're on this dotted line, yeah.
Are they appearing to drop to the convergence of eye line?
Yeah, because the vertical position in an image that this guy might take in a camera, that's dictated by the angle he perceives here. So this alpha.
Yeah, Flatzoid. How did you get into art school? Which one did you draw? Was it the pirate or the mouse or Tippy the turtle? Which one did you draw, Flatzoid, as your entry exam?
Angle right here, it's decreasing, meaning getting lower in his camera's view or his eye's view as the sun gets farther away.
Yeah, but is it now depicted as going lower or not?
Yes, it is. Yes, it most certainly is, because the angle is shallower the further it moves away. God damn it, you don't know shit, do you?
It's depicted in his view.
No, it's only changing.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, motherfucker. Holy fuck, man. You really are dumber than dog shit, Flatzoid.
Angular size. It's not convergent.
Yeah, he had to. Yeah, this is the one he drew. Absolutely. He had to have drawn the mouse. Good catch.
Converging anyway. That's my whole point. You're not actually having perspective based in this arctangent. You can try and call it perspective convergence just because the angular size is changing. That doesn't make it perspective. It's not.
Yes, that's all perspective is, dumb shit. It's a visual representation of the changing in angular size. Oh, god damn, you're dumb.
Convergence.
Then you just don't understand.
No, he doesn't.
Don't understand's not a rebuttal.
But I went to art school. They taught me how to use Photoshop. So I use paint.
It's just you then hand wave dismissing that what you're claiming is convergence.
You're
It's
the one
not
hand waving
convergence.
dismissing.
No, I'm telling you, I'm asking you, show me where the convergence is. I'm telling you it's not. You're not
That's
showing.
not.
It's right here. These angles. That's the convergence. That's the convergence, man. The change in angular size. Unless you actually think the ground rises up like a ramp. You don't know shit.
Not a requirement for
You're not-
demonstrating perspective.
Always in perspective, you require the ground to rise relative to eye level.
That's just your
convergence.
script.
Everything
That's
above.
not perspective.
This is literally
No.
perspective. It has a convergence point. Everything above eye line, everything below eye line always converges to a convergence point.
But how many times does that thing above your eye line go below your eye line in perspective?
That's perspective. What you're showing now and calling it perspective is not. So it's a category error. You're claiming to make something perspective, which isn't.
No,
This
it's
is
a
what you're
category
showing
error
now.
according to your nonsense script that defines the categories according
What
to your
script?
liking.
What script?
It's
Tell me.
almost
The one that you spew every single time you fucking talk, motherfucker. That script. The one that was written by Nathan Oakley.
verbatim the same from one robothemist to another.
I'm not a
You.
robothemist.
Yes, you are.
You are.
No, I'm not. Can I call you
zetetic-
Satanist then? Can I call you Satanist?
No, because he's done nothing to show that he believes in Satan or worships Satan. See, you worship everything that Robotham stands for.
Only if you define what you mean by that.
Because you believe in a heliocentric model. It's
Heliocentric model isn't Satanism, that's science. See, if science is not Satanism, motherfucker. God damn, what a dishonest piece of shit this piece of shit is.
literally Helios worship.
All right, well, I think I...
No, it's not. Heliocentrism is not Helios worship. Heliocentrism means the sun is at the center of our fucking universe, motherfucker. Learn words, asshole.
I think I showed stronger logic to call you a robothemist than you've shown to
Jesus
call me a
fucking Christ.
While your globe requires a whole bunch of 666 to work, it requires...
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Those are sixes. That's what you guys have manipulated to make seem like it's satanic. And yeah, 666 isn't even the mark of the beast, dumb fuck. What dropped? Something fell. I don't know.
requires Helios
That's nonsense.
Globe worship.
No, it's not globe worship, motherfucker. Heliocentrist just means that it's the sun at the center. It doesn't mean worshiping the earth or worshiping the sun, stupid. Jesus,
so
fuck.
It's more on the lines of Satanistic. So do you think that's fair of me to call you a Satanist because you...
How is it Satanist? How is it Satanist?
You believe in a heliocentric
Listen,
model?
Oh my God.
I described a concept to you,
Holy
and then I
shit.
offered to use different terms if there's a term that offends you. So if you understand the concept I described, then maybe you tell me what word I should use for it. Because biblical cosmology is not good enough.
I thought we are going to have a biblical cosmology debate because we're both Christians and we were looking at the Bible based on how
and I'm telling you, your cosmology is not biblical.
No, my cosmology is everything biblical. You haven't shown one scripture that says it's not.
No, it's not. It's not biblical. Sorry, Bal. It's not.
Straw man again. I don't have to show
Show me a scripture. Show me a scripture that says the firmament's not a physical dome, please.
Straw man again. I don't have to
show. Show me a scripture. No, show me a scripture where the sun was created for an Earth rotating, please.
Straw man again. I don't.
Where the sun was created for the earth to rotate. Again, the earth's rotation has nothing to do with the sun. God damn, you're dumb. I mean, he just explained that to you and you're repeating it again because you can't go off your script.
Have to do that.
Yes, you do, because this is supposed to be a biblical debate.
You're
Fucking much longer is this? An hour and a half we got left. I'm going to speed it up a little bit.
the one calling your cosmology biblical. That means
It
it's
is,
your
based
burden
on
to show
biblical.
that it's biblical, not mine to show that it's not.
You got
Absolutely. See, you have the burden of proof. You've given yourself the burden of proof.
I want to sit here for 3 hours so I can read you Bible scriptures, or are you going to?
I just want you to show me
back up your claim?
one verse that shows
Genesis
your
1.
view
Genesis
is
1.
That's not good enough because it doesn't describe a robothemist sun.
Joshua 10.
Not good enough. It doesn't describe a robothemist sun.
See, Joshua 10. Let's look up Joshua 10. Joshua 10. Now, Adonizedek, king of Jerusalem, heard that Joshua had taken Ai and totally destroyed it, doing to Ai and its kings. What the fuck? On the day the Lord gave the Amorites over Israel, Joshua said to the Lord in the presence of Israel, "Sun, stand still over Gibeon, and you, moon, over the valley of Ajalon." So the sun stood still and the moon stopped, and the nation avenged itself on its enemies. So, you think that could ever fucking happen? Nope. So, yeah, I'm not seeing anything in here about the earth and the shape of it. Nothing. Nothing. Yeah, nothing. All the way to verse 43. Nothing. So again, you're fucking lying about the Bible.
I don't care about Robotham. Stop bringing Robotham into this.
Then
Robotham has got
tell me
nothing
what
to
word
do
I should
with
use.
biblical Hebrew cosmology.
No, wrong. Tell me a different word I should
show me
use.
where Robotham.
I mean, see? It's, yeah. So there's nothing in here about cosmology except this fucking bullshit that could never fucking happen ever. It's physically impossible to happen. So what the fuck are you talking about, you ignorant liar?
Show me Robothams in the Bible, please.
What the freak?
Hey, Real
I have
Cygnus.
nothing to do with
Hey, Real Cygnus.
Robotham. I am talking Hebrew cosmology.
Hey, Max.
The
You're
biblical
not getting your
cosmology.
cosmology from the Bible. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling everyone. Your cosmology is not in the Bible. It's from Samuel Robotham. Historically.
Paul H. Seeley says you're wrong. Don H. Walton says you're wrong. Peter N.
Who gives a fuck who those people are? Who the fuck are they?
says you're wrong. Michael Hart says you're wrong. Hector Avalo says you're wrong. Richard Carrier says you're wrong.
No,
Christopher Hitchens says you're wrong. Michael Sherman
every
says you're
one
wrong.
of those people would agree with what I'm saying right now. That your
They
cosmology
all
is not
literally
biblical.
They literally wrote books on the subject saying
you
the
see
Bible
you see the phrase
Yes, and J.K. Rowling's wrote books too, but is anything that she wrote correct? No.
flat
The
Earth,
Hebrew-
and
why
in
is
your
he
mind
talking
it just completely attaches to your view. That's not correct.
I can't remember if she wrote. Did she write Harry Potter or was that Interview with a Vampire? I think that was Interview with a Vampire, right? J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling. Yeah, Harry Potter.
I showed
every single one of them wrote books on the subject stating the Bible depicts a flat earth Hebrew cosmology.
And they're lying. They're fucking lying, Flatzoid, and you believed them because you're a liar. Because it affirms your bias.
You trying to go to Robotham that I said I don't even ascribe to, that's got nothing to do with what I'm talking about, and pushing it into there shows you don't have any argument. So are you going to go and tell me all
You not
those
understanding my
scholars are
argument
wrong?
does not mean I
Is
don't have
Michael
an
Hauser
argument.
wrong? Is Michael Hauser wrong?
I believe he is, but he would also say you're wrong.
Is Peter Enns wrong?
I would believe he is, but he would also say you're wrong.
Michael Hauser, in his book, The Unseen Realm, Isaac discusses the ancient Israelite worldview, including their cosmology. He highlights that the descriptions in the Bibles are consistent with three-tiered universe, which includes a flat Earth,
There
a
you go
solid
again.
firmament,
Assuming flat Earth means
and
you've won the
an
argument.
underworld. Peter Enns. In the various writings, he also touched upon the ancient Hebrew cosmological views. He points out that the biblical descriptions of the world, such as the pillars of the earth and the foundations of the heavens, suggest a flat Earth model.
What are those pillars sitting on, Flatzoid? What are those pillars sitting on? Where are they? They got to be sitting on something, right? Can't support a pillar on nothing. So what are those pillars sitting on? And what's under the thing that's supporting those pillars? A lot of questions, no answers.
Consistent with other ancient Near Eastern cosmologies.
You're making my
And
point for me here.
Must I read? Yeah, my point is, you saying everybody's wrong. The Bible does depict a.
They would all say that you're wrong. And you are making my point for me when you say that they're comparing it to ancient Near East cosmology. I showed you what how ancient Near East cosmology differs from yours.
Do you understand? You just told me the Bible doesn't depict a flat Earth. That's what you're claiming.
Right, it doesn't. You've interpreted wrongly the Bible to confirm your bias.
Yes, that's what I'm claiming.
And I gave you 8 different scholars, 4 atheists, 4 Christians, that all tell you you are wrong.
They would also say you're wrong.
They wrote books stating.
So? Who gives a fuck if they wrote books? None of those books are real or true. So I can write a book that just says the word but 500,000 times over and over again. Would that make anything in that book be true? No, would it? Just because some jackass who's scientifically illiterate and believes in a fucking invisible sky monster wrote a book, it doesn't make it true.
The exact claim we just said. The Bible describes a flat Earth.
Okay. Flatzoid. Where
you think if the Earth was flat, the Bible would say the Earth is flat. It would just infer it based on someone's translation of it. You think it would actually say the Earth is flat? But it doesn't.
Where do you think the sun goes at night?
Away from you. So again,
that's robotomist.
No.
If you don't like the term, give me a different term to use.
This is dishonesty. I don't care about Robotham. I'm talking about Hebrew cosmology.
What is dishonest about what I'm saying?
You pushing someone I am not ascribed to.
I said, if you don't like the term, tell me a different.
What's dishonest is you're holding his feet to the fire and proving him wrong. That's dishonest. See, he doesn't like that.
I'm telling you I don't ascribe to. I'm telling you I don't.
Forget about Robotham. I don't care. I don't care about Robotham.
I don't even.
I asked you. I asked you. Where does the sun go?
Ryan, I've got a better idea. Let's stop talking about the sun then. Let's talk about other aspects of the planet. How about the firmament?
All right, let's move into some new territory.
What, the sky? The firmament. Prove your firmament, motherfucker.
I was letting you guys have a little natural engagement there, and I think everybody was enjoying. But yeah, let's try to focus and reel it in a little bit here. And
can we move
so
to
the
firmament?
So go ahead there, Peter.
I mean, the word firmament is a mistranslation. It's actually the best translation is expanse. The word firmament comes from actually pagan cosmology. Ultimately, it comes from Greek because it comes from the Latin Vulgate, firmamentum, which was influenced by the Greek Septuagint saying stereoma. Stereoma was, they believed, a literal sphere around the Earth. So, like, and they also, this is where we get the term helio for the sun as well. So if you are going to try to ascribe to the translation firmament and also say that heliocentrism is satanic, then that means your translation of rachia is also satanic.
Okay, great. First of all, everything you just said there was wrong. The root word is raka, to beat out solid. Rachia comes from the root word raka. Stereoma comes Greek after the Hebrew and Aramaic. So I just had to correct you there. And no, it means solid expanse,
That wasn't a correction. That was just a misunderstanding of what I said.
The vault of heaven supporting the waters above. So can you show me any instance where rakia, which is the original word used in the Torah for the firmament, that is not a solid expanse, please?
The Torah that he's never read.
That's I don't have that ready. I believe there are, but I don't have that ready.
It doesn't exist. Even stereoma, the expanse derived from rakia, which means solid.
But yeah, but that was.
Or how about we can use some more scripture when we look at when God separated the waters from the waters? It says he used a solid firmament to do
Separated the waters from the waters? Okay.
this. How would that work on your globe?
It might be referring to clouds.
No, solid. Is a cloud solid?
What? Separated waters from waters? Where in the Bible does it say the waters are solid? Where does it say that the waters are solid? It doesn't. See, I've been a Christian longer than he's been alive. I became an atheist when I was 45 or 50. So I've been a Christian. I was baptized before he was fucking born. I graduated from Worthington Christian High School. Actually, I didn't graduate from Worthington Christian. I graduated from Worthington. I went to WCS in my junior and sophomore year. But yeah, I've been through more biblical teaching classes than he has years on earth.
Solid.
That does not actually mean solid. Just because the word
solid.
raka is sometimes used to like with a transitive object of something solid doesn't mean that it's always that way.
Always. Raka is to beat out something solid. Rakia derived from raka is a solid firmament expands the vault supporting the waters above. Then you get stereoma, which is the expanse based on the solid rakia.
Yeah, stereoma comes from pagan theology or pagan cosmology.
Which comes after the Aramaic and Hebrew.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Correct. So great. So why do we have to worry about something that comes after the original text?
Because the only foot you have to stand on is this Hebrew word, rakia, and it does not mean what you think it means. Just because this definition says solid in parentheses.
Okay, hold on. No, that's not it. Hold on.
You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Or that in subsense 2, it says vault supporting waters above, does not mean. Okay, do you even believe that's not even? You just highlighted the word flat, but that's not even applicable in your cosmology. Do you believe the dome is flat? That doesn't make sense.
The flat as base. The support is flat. The firmament has.
That's not what that's saying. That's saying that the expanse is flat.
The base, yeah.
Expanse, flat as base, support. Right there, flat.
No, not the base. The expanse itself.
Base.
You're just misreading the definition.
I'm going to bring another one up for him because he doesn't seem to understand how words work.
I mean, isn't that one of Toon's laws that every citation proves them wrong? Which one is that? One?
Ad hominem.
We'll say based on the firmament, it can't work with a globe. Correct?
No, the firmament can't work with the globe, dipshit. And we've measured the globe. The heliocentric model is the measurements of the globe and reality. So no, your bullshit fucking firmament doesn't work.
Sorry, what?
Because we've gone way further than your firmament is, and we've not run into it yet, and you can't prove it, and or demonstrate it, or show pictures of it, or anything really. You just say no, because you got to have a container for gas pressure, and you just don't understand pressure.
So we'll say based on the firmament, it's not globe based. You'd agree with me.
No. What? I don't understand what you're saying.
If we have to take the firmament argument biblically, does it explain a globe or a flat earth?
It doesn't endorse either.
Of course, it explains the Hebrew cosmology, the flat. I got another one.
No, it doesn't.
Reflection on Jacob Praral, but tell us who's the first, and this is going to be explaining how it is, and this is that model you said is wrong. This is
What's funny is they say shit like, well, the Bible says it because people have said it says it. People have said that it says it. The Bible doesn't say it. People have to tell him that it says it.
is exactly what the Bible explains. You see that flat base there, the foundations of heavens. That's where it touches. There's your clouds, by the way. Do you understand?
Are those clouds? Are those clouds with the word clouds written there? God damn, you're observant.
The Bible has 3 heavens.
This is all
Bible has 3 heavens. Huh, that's fucking stupid.
an interpretation of biblical cosmology that not only takes from the Book of Enoch, which I reject.
And you know what? You aren't going to any of them, Flatzoid. Liars aren't allowed into heaven. That's a sin. Sinners aren't allowed into heaven.
But also,
this is taken only from Genesis.
Oh, no, it's not. Oh, no,
this is
it's
taken
not.
from Genesis, and okay, it takes through the whole Bible. But you don't need the Book of Enoch for this.
You
don't
kind
need
Why-
to touch Enoch.
The
You don't
Bible
need to
doesn't
touch
go into
Enoch.
that much detail.
Why isn't Enoch in the Bible, Flatzoid? Why? Could it be because some dumb fuck made it up?
Oh, really? Which one? Which OVR would you like me to get you the scripture for? Windows of heaven? Noah's flood. What else? Foundations, pillars.
What? Noah's flood that couldn't possibly happen at all, ever? You think there's enough moisture in the sky to cover Mount Everest? I mean, seriously, dude.
Those are
Sheol-
just
Fucking
phrases.
idiot.
They're describing an event of rain. It doesn't mean that there are literal windows or doors in heaven.
Literally, it says with notes that God opened the windows of heaven.
Yeah, it also says that swords have lips. Okay, do you
But
think the swords literally
you see
had
the
mouths
argument
that
you just
open?
gave? The argument you just gave is the Bible doesn't describe these things. You need the Book of Enoch.
No, it doesn't. No, the Bible doesn't describe those things. People say the Bible describes those things.
No, I said you don't need the Book of Enoch. The Book of Enoch just goes into more detail, but the Bible does describe this exact Hebrew cosmology we see in front of
No,
you.
I think at least half of that detail comes from the Book of Enoch and other ancient Near East cosmologies.
Which ones? Which half of them are?
Who wrote the Book of Enoch? The author of the Book of Enoch is credited as being Enoch, son of Jared. However, this book was written many, many, many years after Enoch was taken to heaven. So we know he wasn't the author because we have no idea who actually wrote them. The books of Enoch are called pseudepigraphica. I'm going to get this word right. Pseudepigrapha. Who's fucking making up words, man? Pseudepigrapha. So it's pseudo religion, dude. You're citing a source that isn't religious, isn't part of the Bible. Fake.
There. Which ones don't you think is in the Bible?
Well, for one thing, the windows and doors of heaven that
Yeah, I'll quickly get it for you. Windows and doors of heaven.
It's just a phrase used. It does not describe what they are or that they are literal.
Windows of heaven. I'm gonna quickly get it for you. Anything else? Genesis 7:11.
While you bring that up, I'm just going to close out our little extra poll here, and I'm going to put up another one more related to the debate. So, yeah, just a reminder, everybody, once again, while we're live, if you hit that like button, it really helps us out in the algorithm. We super appreciate everybody who supports the channel. We will move into Q&A shortly at the discretion of our speakers here. So, as many avenues as you guys would like to go down, and then when you feel like you're ready for Q&A, just let me know. And yeah, whenever you're ready, Flatzoid, it looks like you're bringing something.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm just gonna give this up, and then we can go to Q&A. It's fine with me.
Oh.
I would be a little bit. I wanted to pursue the sunset thing a little more.
If that's all right by you, Flatzoid, we can definitely.
I think the sun's a mute argument because I'm going to say the sun is the whole time, and he's going to tell me.
Because you don't understand what the sun is. That's why it's a moot argument. Because the sun debunks flat Earth. That's why it's a moot argument.
Me, and he doesn't get. He's just trying to tell me what I'm supposed to say the sun is. So I don't really think that it's going to get anywhere anyway.
You were just denying math.
No, I didn't. Okay, so anyway.
Yes, you do. You most certainly deny math. I've shown you math, and you deny it.
Remember, you just made a claim that the Bible doesn't talk about the windows of heaven. Genesis 7 verse 11. In the 600th year of Noah's life, the second month, the 17th day of the month, the same day, were all four fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven.
Where are the fountains of the deep, Flatzoid? Where are they? Where are those things located? All the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. You mean it rained real hard? Mean that? Yeah, if it rains real hard all the time, like for days and days and days and days, ignorant people would think that the sky's opening up. But we know better because we're smarter now.
Were opened. Is this based
Well, you're not smarter.
on a historical?
Yes,
narrative?
it's
And
literal
actually,
history.
No, it's not based on an historical account. The flood never happened. That's been scientifically proven.
Literal. Windows of heaven.
Oh, thank you, Stephen. Shout out to Stephen.
Broken up.
I said literal history,
Alright.
not a literal phrase.
Okay, but does this explain the windows?
Right, it's not literal history either, dude. It's not literal history either.
Windows of heaven that you said were not in the Bible?
No, not to the degree that Enoch does.
Enoch, we don't even have to look at Enoch. You told me straight.
You do if you want to build that
need-
diagram.
No.
Yes.
Windows of heaven were opened up. There we go. Where were the windows-
Every single one of those scholars that
You know what
kept
heaven?
citing,
You know what heaven is in Genesis?
it's
The sky. That's what heaven is, the sky. Well, I'm sorry, in the Bible, heaven is where all the good people go. They just fly up into the sky to be with the invisible sky monster. Yeah, where'd the water drain to? That's what I'd like to know.
it's equated with the rakia.
The vault of heaven. Yeah, there's three heavens. The one you opened up, vault of heaven. So therefore, depicted in Genesis.
You're just adding
you
details
don't
now.
need no,
Yes.
I'm giving you the
Yes, you're trying to confirm your bias. You're trying to manipulate what's said to confirm what you think.
actual scriptures which you say don't
The
exist.
actual scriptures that you just, eisegeted.
So are you going to explain to me how I'm wrong? That everything I'm
Isotated. Jesus, God damn, this guy's vocabulary. It's way beyond me. Now, in this case, if I was talking to this guy, I'd probably say, isotated. Yeah, isotated.
showing you actual scripture.
It's just not there. You tried to show
literally
evidence.
written in black and white.
You
Must have been in
found it.
Hebrew.
You found the phrase "windows of heaven." Okay, good job. That doesn't make your argument.
No.
It does make my argument. 'Cause you
No,
said
it
it's not
doesn't.
No, it doesn't. You can't look at a science book and see the word flat and say, oh, see, the earth is flat when it doesn't talk about the earth being flat. Just because you see a word doesn't prove your entire argument. Sorry. And we're looking at a book that was translated into English. So the words that we see here aren't necessarily the words that were written.
You
No,
said
it
it's not
doesn't.
there. You said it's not there.
The phrase is
Oh yeah, the Bible, like there's many parts about the Bible. It's scary bedtime stories to make sure kids eat all their vegetables and mind their manners and obey their parents. It's to rationalize the cruelty of leaders, of rulers over the people. It's to rationalize insane fucking practices like slavery and rape. That's what the Bible's for.
there. The description of what the phrase means is not. That comes from the book of Enoch in order to build the diagram. that you're
Enoch, you
using.
do not need Enoch for
Yes,
that
you do. If you
description.
want to build the
I just-
diagram, you need Enoch.
Okay, bring another thing on the Hebrew cosmology that I need Enoch for, that I can bring you scripture up as well.
Well, I don't have the diagram right in front of me. Hold on.
So it's just hand wave dismiss.
No,
Look for
that's
windows,
not just
guys.
hand wave dismiss.
Aruba. Okay, that's for the windows. Lattice, window, sluice, chimney. That's opening where the smoke.
Yeah, nobody's disputing what the word means translationally. We're disputing what it means cosmologically. Okay, it's not referring to a literal window. It's just referring to an event of rain.
Yeah. I mean, even now, when it rains real hard, weathermen will say it's like the heavens opened. We still use that terminology today. It just means heavy downpour. Fuck, man. See, they didn't know where rain came from 2,000 years ago. So they just, well, there must be a window that opens up that the water comes in. That's got to be that. They didn't understand how fucking clouds were formed. They didn't understand the rain cycle. They didn't understand the water cycle. They didn't understand how tides worked. They were functionally illiterate and wrote a book, and you're believing it over actual science. How fucking dumb are you?
All right. Seems like we've hit a wall on that one there. So, yeah, if you feel like the
I mean, it's like buying an auto repair manual, and the first thing in the repair manual, it says, take a sledgehammer and smash your car to bits. Would you trust that repair manual? No, because it's giving you fallacious information. It's it's written by a person who obviously doesn't understand how car mechanics work, or car repair works.
the conversation regarding the sun there would be a waste of time. We can move.
Yeah, raining cats and dogs. Is there a veterinary clinic in the sky? Just terminology, man.
Into Q&A. Seems like Flatzoid's not consenting to go to that conversation, so we'll respect that and get into
like, do swords have lips?
Q&A. So thank you, Peter and Flatzoid, for... oh, sorry.
Sorry, can you maybe you have 1 minute each closing statements before we get on to Q&A? Is that fine?
Well, I mean, usually I do closing statements after Q&A.
Oh, okay, no, then it's fine. No,
yeah,
fine.
just because there's new things that are going to come up. Sometimes we get into back and forths during the Q&A. So if you have a question for either of our speakers, now is the time to get it in, and they will answer your questions and inquiries in the chat. So I see...
Just as long as it's just as long as it's a super chat, he'll ask it.
First here, Hake put $1.99 into a super chat, but I had no question. But it's good to see you in the chat there, Hake. Haven't had you on the channel in a while, so maybe...
I mean, that's what pisses me off about these fucking people. About channels like this. I want to say MC Toon, but he'll read one other person. He only reads one person's questions or comments in the chat without a super chat. But everybody else, you have to give him money. Illuminous Pooh, I think, is the person that he'll repeat everything Illuminous Pooh says without any money. But everybody else got to pay.
If you want to send me an email, we'll get you on for some of the topics that are going on in the...
I mean, MC Toon's smart. He knows what he's talking about. But I don't like some of his tactics.
Stage right now, the world stage. So I think it'd be fun. LJ coming in says, if it's a globe, why does half the Earth stay lit?
Stormy Daniels, yeah. Well, Stormy Daniels is a meteorological term to the Trumps because it means shitstorm.
Is that a question for me?
It would be, yes.
I don't understand the question. Why would...
Does he? Okay.
Why wouldn't half the Earth be lit if it were a globe? It's just that the sun is shining on, and that's on one side, and that's how it works with a sphere with a light on one side.
Yeah, and a flat Earth it wouldn't. It would shine over the whole thing.
It's at a tilt, so it's actually doesn't.
So
the tilt has nothing to do with the amount of light that's on the Earth, you dumb fuck. See, this is how ignorant he is. Listen to this. See, he's trying to find something wrong with that, and he's not smart enough to do that. He knows he's wrong, and he's trying to fucking basically do damage control.
The sun is shining on, and that's on one side. And that's how it works with a sphere
Yeah,
with a light on one
it's
side.
and it's at a tilt, so it's actually doesn't.
So
Yeah, I don't.
you
know what
tilt
you're
a
saying.
sphere, there's still
Yeah.
sphere there. It's still going to
That's
light
what I-
half.
God damn. So, Flatzoid thinks that a sphere, if it's tilted, isn't a sphere anymore. Doesn't have the same physical characteristics of a sphere. What a dumb motherfucker. Oh my god. I'd be embarrassed. If I was him, I'd be fucking embarrassed. Seriously, I'd never fucking show my face ever again if I said some of the shit that he said.
Yeah, that's what I said. I don't understand that argument either. So.
All right, maybe if you want to clarify in the live chat there, LJ, let's move into the next one. And thank you so much, everybody who has put in a super chat so far. We appreciate it. Everybody who's hit the like. I think we're having a lot of fun with this stream, so let's keep going. Roger Ledwell, demo gravity in real time, please, in a lab.
In a lab? Okay, picture there's test tubes and there's test tube racks and there's beakers and there's a whatever. There's lab equipment here. Here, check it out. Watch. There you go. Demonstrated in real time.
That adds that extra part at the end there. Demo gravity in real time.
That's got to be a flat earther who's asking this question. Oh my God.
Please, in a lab.
Now, see what flat earthers say. They mean show us a ball with things going around it or water sticking to it. That's what they mean.
I mean, if you want a Cavendish experiment, I don't have one built. But yeah,
Yep.
As I said before, gravity is a red herring on the topic of the shape of the Earth.
Yep.
Any
I
thoughts?
do have something to say, but I'd rather not say anything.
Are you sure?
Because then we're gonna get into debate about gravity. That's acceleration, not gravity. Just to let you know.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's the attraction of mass between mass. It's not acceleration. Sorry, pal. Because we've taken the acceleration out of it by rotating the direction of force sideways 90 degrees to the direction of pull of the Earth.
Acceleration due to gravity.
He's asking you to prove gravity, not acceleration. There's a difference.
Well, gravity is what we call the downward acceleration that all mass feels on the surface of the Earth.
And you see that
Yeah, that's what it's called.
that's where the contention is. You first have to prove it is the cause. You can't just claim it is the cause. That's what he's trying to say.
Right, we've proven that. It's the Cavendish proves it. The Cavendish proves it. But you deny it because it goes against your narrative and it proves you wrong. Because you're a dishonest fuck.
There is a downward acceleration that all
agree.
objects feel, and it's the same acceleration on the surface of the Earth within a certain percentage all over the Earth, and it can be isolated from all other forces, including electrostatics, which is not really a force per se. It's a field of study. Gravity is just originally when Galileo and Newton started studying it, it was just the term they used to describe that force that they were studying.
Yeah, that's
So
what
are we
we can get into a
arguing?
whole. That's what we can get into a whole argument on gravity alone. But I mean, just to
And you'll lose that argument because you're stupid.
rebut what you just said, gravity is not a force, so you can't claim it to be a force. And no, by claiming
It
the
is a
acceleration
force.
is due to gravity, you
Yes, it is a force. In Newtonian physics, it's a force. In Einsteinian physics, it's not.
first have to prove the ontological argument that gravity exists to make that claim. Yes, we accelerate, we see things.
Yes, gravity exists. It's a word. The word gravity exists, and it describes something. And that something it describes is real. What do you mean gravity doesn't exist, you dumb fuck? It's like car doesn't exist. Cars don't exist because I don't like cars. I've never seen a car. I live on an island out in the middle of the ocean, and there's no cars, so I don't believe in cars. So the word car is fake. Fucking
accelerate.
idiot.
The claim that it is due to gravity is the unfounded possibility that you can't prove. And no, you can't isolate gravity because you've never been able to manipulate.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can by turning the vector 90 degrees to the downward pull. Yes, you can. We've explained this to you, dumb fuck. But you don't like it because it proves you wrong.
Like gravity.
You can isolate the downward force that things feel.
How?
Well, by checking off the boxes of all the other forces you know, okay? Nothing's pushing it down. Nothing is, magnetically attracting it down. If it's like paper or wood that's not magnetically attractive, what other forces could it be if you just let something go and it falls? It's something else besides all of those, and originally scientists chose to call it gravity. Theories
It's density.
around gravity continue to develop from there because it's like, okay, there's this force. What is it? Let's explore it more. And yeah, eventually Einstein overturned a lot of what we thought we knew about it, but that doesn't mean that the original observations were wrong or that the original theories were not useful.
No, that's what I say. I can't manipulate gravity to claim it's gravity.
Well, you can't because you're fucking stupid. But Cavendish did. Blue Marble Science did. Pretty much every physics student has. So, but you can't because you're dumb.
It's the force that things fall down. If you have a different word for that, that's fine. But you can't say it's like electromagnetics or something.
It's just displacement due to relative density disequilibrium. But
No, it's not. We've shown you that it isn't. If it was, then density towers would organize themselves in free fall, and they don't.
that's my take on it.
Okay,
We can
that's
Well, you're fucking retarded. So who gives a shit what your take is? And no, that's not your take. That's Sleeping Warrior's take.
a lot of
debate
word
that
salad.
sometime. We can actually debate
Oh my God, you parrot Sleeping Warrior. How fucking pathetic is that?
that sometime if you want to. I think it'll be great.
I don't really.
Oh, okay. We can move to the next question here. But yeah, I don't mind. Like I
Good
said,
Lord, what a
you
dumb
guys are welcome
motherfucker.
to stew and unpack all you'd like. Use these questions as a launch pad to explore new avenues. And sure, if there's other debate topics that come up that you're like, there's so much there, I'd love to unpack more. Then, if Peter doesn't want to do that one, then there might be other people that will, and vice versa. So. Let's keep going through and see what you guys think in the live chat. So keep the questions coming in, everybody. We appreciate that. Jova Shade says, if the Earth truly is flat, A, what would be the benefit of knowing it compared to not? B, what would be the benefit of concealing the knowledge?
Okay. For A, I would say it because it tells you God, it keeps it God's character because he created us to have a personal relationship with him. He's close to us and he gives us a purpose. He created us in a very certain environment to be able to have that relationship with him. B, I can't divine anyone's motives.
And you can't have a relationship with God on a spherical Earth? You couldn't do that on a spherical Earth? What kind of Christian are you, man? What kind of fake ass Christian are you?
But I could tell you that if you understand biblically that the rulers of this world are dark and spiritual powers, it's not actually man. There's reasons because if you understand Satan is a perversion of everything that's good of God, he's going to do everything against God. And therefore, his motivation is, hey, God didn't create you for purpose. He didn't create you to be close to you. Let me create you for an infinite speck of nothing with no purpose, with an ever-expanding universe, showing God just moves further and further away from you.
See, there you go. He needs the Earth to be flat because he's insecure. He doesn't want to be a meaningless speck flying through the universe. They're using religion to mask their own insecurity. How sad is that, man? How sad is that? You have to lie about reality to feel important.
Flatzoid, I expect you're aware in
That's
Psalm 8 it
fucking
says, what is man
sad.
that you are mindful of him, and the son of man that you care for him?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What do you think that means?
Do you have to care for him? Yeah.
There's more to it. You can do it. Let me pull up the verse here. Is that really all?
What was the verse?
Showing God just moves further and further away from you. That's all I can say.
No, God's everywhere. God isn't moving. From a Christian standpoint, the expanding universe just means God's getting bigger, motherfucker. He's still here. He's just getting bigger. So you don't want a bigger God. You just want a small, teeny God, right? Makes you feel more important if your God isn't more important. Right?
Flatzoid, I expect you're aware in Psalm 8 it says, "What is man that you are mindful of him, and the Son of Man that you care for him?"
Mhm. Yeah.
What do you think that means?
He doesn't fucking know.
Do you have to care for him? Yeah.
There's more to it. You can do it. Let me pull up the verse here. Is that really all you got?
I understand. No, I understand what you're trying to say. You're trying to show, yeah.
Okay, in the beginning of Psalm 8 it says, how majestic is your name in all the earth, you have set your glory above the heavens. When I look at your heavens, the work of your fingers, the moon and the stars which you have set in place, what is man that you are mindful of him? So David is looking up at the stars, and it's making him wonder, where is man's place in this giant universe?
The planet is not small, by the way, just to let you know.
Okay, but
Flat Earth is not small. It's Jesus compared to the universe. Yeah, it is. So is the Earth.
it's too small.
No, it's not too small. I think it's people that's too claustrophobic or something.
Well, I mean,
Remember, God is on the vault. He's in a different heaven. He's on above the heavens.
the thing is,
That's why when people, but you see, that's why I say when people say, "Oh, how high is the dome?" That's short. And I say, "Who knows? I don't know."
So they say God. So God's a physical thing. You say? You're saying that God is a physical thing. Where is he? Show us. Show us God, man. Show us God.
It could be hundreds of thousands kilometers up. Who knows? We don't know. But
I try to
the
cut.
thing is, when you look at God's character and you look at what was asked, God's character, you would agree, is he created you to be an image bearer of God, to be close to you, to spend.
No, God created man to worship God. That's the only reason God created man, to worship him. That's how disgusting and egocentric and fucking just horrible that your God is. Your only purpose on this planet is to worship him. You have no other purpose according to God. How sad is that? You've got an omnipotent being that needs to create people to make him feel better.
And time with him to be in a
That's
relationship.
fucking
The
sad.
heliocentric model teaches total opposite of that.
Wrong.
It does.
No, secular, like atheism, teaches you that. The heliocentric model does not teach that.
Okay. Does the heliocentric model say that the universe is expanding constantly?
I mean, here I have to actually distinguish.
Yeah? Yeah, it does. But it's not expanding out like a wave. It's not like doing like if this was where the firmament stops and here's like the outer limits of space, it's not doing this. It's if this is where the firmament stops and this is the outer reach of space, it's doing this. God's still here. Your God is still there. He's just getting fucking bigger. Fucking moron.
Because the word heliocentric refers to a cosmological model that is now superseded and had long been superseded before the expansion of the universe was discovered. So technically, the answer would be no. The heliocentric model does not show that. But yes, the universe is expanding according to modern science.
So then God would be moving further away from you because
God isn't in a physical location in the universe. That's
he's
ridiculous.
omnipresent. But the Bible does say he walks on the vault of heaven, so a physical place. And the Bible also says
That's poetry.
He's sitting at the right
Yeah.
hand. Do you
Yeah.
think God's not physical? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, he's not.
No, God is spirit, as Jesus said in
So supernatural can't be physical.
it
No. No, supernatural cannot be physical. That's because it's in the definition. It's supernatural. Things that are supernatural, other than natural, cannot be physical.
Jesus incarnated as, the Son of Mary. That's when God became physical. Or
Yeah, you're both fucking wrong.
on the Mount Sinai, when God came down in fire and brimstone on the mountain, that's God became physical to some degree there.
Yeah.
But God is not walking with literal feet on a literal vault of heaven. That's nonsense.
In Genesis, God walked in the garden with Adam and Eve.
Yes, I believe his physical presence was there in some way.
And he walked, yeah, as the
Yeah.
Bible says,
Yeah.
physically.
Do you think do you think God the
You think
Father
God's not
is
a physical being? You think God's not a physical being just because he's omnipresent?
I'm saying that he is not bound to a physical nature.
Yeah, he's supernatural,
is-
obviously.
I mean, does he know what brimstone is? So is that where we get all the sulfur from hell? Is that where all the sulfur of the planet comes from? Hell? Because that's what brimstone is.
Yeah,
It-
we can agree with that. He's not bound to physicality. He's not bound to nature. But my point is, God is in a physical place. Even if he's omnipresent, he's still physically somewhere. And according to the globe, he's moving away with that ever-expanding universe. So it's getting further.
That's just a straw man.
That's what it is.
No, it's just a straw man.
Okay, if you say so.
Yeah,
right.
I do.
Next one's coming in from LJ. LJ asks, why doesn't Earth spin under a hovering helicopter?
Uh,
I assume that would be for me.
Yeah,
because of physics. That's why. Because you're stupid for asking that question.
yes, LJ is usually in the live chat asking questions, even when we're having debates on other topics related to the flat versus globe discussion. So, LJ, we always appreciate you in the live chat. Even LJ's dog knows. We know. we'll hear about this eventually, I'm sure. Why doesn't Earth spin under a hovering helicopter? From LJ.
Yeah, so I do want to
Conservation.
reiterate that is a red herring on the topic of the shape of the Earth.
Right. Conservation of momentum. If you don't understand that, shut the fuck up because you're not suited for a scientific discussion.
So, you can basically nitpick and cherry pick and complain and flounder all you want.
There you go. That's what these streams are. This is penance that you're paying for being naughty.
At modern science, but that doesn't, form a legitimate argument against the Earth being a globe. As for the actual question, it's because the atmosphere is moving with the Earth. I heard someone describe it once as like if when you pour a smoothie in a blender, or you pour ingredients in a blender and you start the blades spinning, the blades are only, at the very bottom of the blender, but after a few minutes of them spinning, the whole, container of fluid will start spinning with it. It's the same with the atmosphere. The Earth is spinning, and because, it's been doing that for as long as we know, the atmosphere spins with it, just like the fluid in the blender spins with the blades. It's just simply false that the helicopter would suddenly magically lose all of its momentum sideways as soon as the feet leave the ground like that.
But idiots like Flatzoid think that if you jump, then you are in a different reference frame. That's what idiots like that think.
That's nonsense.
Any thoughts on the other side, or do you want to carry on?
Yeah, there's so much wrong with that. First of all, yeah. First of all, gas is not a liquid.
It's a fluid, and has the behavior of fluid.
It's based on fluids, but it has different properties than a liquid or a solid. So no, it has different behaviors. It's not bonded in a sense like.
What other properties? Yes, gas is bonded, motherfucker. Noble gases aren't, but gas is bonded.
A liquid in a blender, they still have bonds, so they would bond and move together.
Fluid dynamics still apply.
Yeah, they have fluid dynamics, but it's not bonded in a sense like liquid.
Yeah, I'm wrong, but I'm right. No, gases are bonded, man. Noble gases aren't.
Okay, they still have different properties. So gas is moving in all directions constantly. They can only change direction with a collision.
I mean, gas would have to be bonded to create friction.
Okay, if you're claiming the Earth is moving now, yeah, I agree. It doesn't make it a heliocentric or not. It just means not a moving globe. That's all. Not a globe at all. If you're claiming the air is moving as like Velcro to the ground, then you.
Nobody fucking claims that, asshole. Nobody claims that. Every time you bring this up, you fucking straw man us and say, well, you guys think it's Velcro to the Earth. When every time you say that, we say, no, we don't think that. And we've never said that. So why are you straw manning and lying about us?
You can't claim to have Coriolis
It's not
deviation.
Velcro, no.
Yeah, well, you're
That's
claiming
nonsense.
it's moving with it. You're claiming it's moving with it. So that's
yes.
Right. Yes. Yes. If you're on a skateboard, and you've got a sail, like a bed sheet on a stick, a T-shaped stick, right? And, you know, I don't know how many people have done that, but if you get on there and the wind blows, it's going to push you. Are you Velcroed to that air? No, you're not, are you? Fucking dumbass.
By fluid dynamics and friction, not Velcro. That's a completely nonsensical straw man.
Gas doesn't stop moving or be pulled to other direction. It can only change
It
direction.
has friction, and it does experience fluid dynamics.
Again,
You're
gas
just obfuscating.
gas moves in all directions constantly. It can only change
On a
direction.
No, Mary was a virgin before she was impregnated. She wasn't impregnated by a man. She was impregnated by God, which does not make her have two fucking fathers, you dumb fuck. He's got God, she's got God and herself. That's a male and a female. Joseph had nothing to do with it, moron.
Level.
Force,
Or are you just trying to be abrasive and trolling? Is that what you're doing?
if a force is applied to it, or if it has a collision, that is it. Gas never stops.
That's why Western world celebrates Pride. No, that's not why they celebrate Pride, you stupid fuck. God damn it. So, you're an idiot, and you don't have the intelligence to be on this channel. So, we'll put you in timeout for 5 minutes and let you think about what you're saying, because what you're saying is so fucking abusive and wrong that you deserve it.
Moving.
You're
Now,
describing
the
on a
fact-
molecular level.
no, the
Overall, it
fact we-
doesn't necessarily do that.
The fact we have wind
And borders on homophobic. So,
going in different directions shows us to be wrong as well, by the way, because
No.
it's just low to high pressure systems moving. This is called storms.
no.
Jet streams and stuff. But yeah, the fact his argument is because we don't see helicopters hovering and you claiming the air is, sorry to say, Velcroed to it, because you say it's moving together, we don't observe.
Sorry to
Coriolis.
straw man.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say. I just have to. And because it's saying
See, you keep fucking saying it. He said no, that's not what he's saying, and you keep saying that's what he's saying. Because you're a lying sack of shit and you have nothing else to offer to the conversation but straw man.
it means that you don't observe Coriolis effect, so therefore you can't claim Earth is rotating.
That's a complete straw man of the Coriolis effect, though. That's just not how it would work at all.
Right. You don't understand the Coriolis effect. You've proven that. So stop trying to talk about it, dipshit.
In order to observe the Coriolis effect, you need something moving sideways in relation to the ground. Not in relation to the axis of the Earth, because yes,
It must be
the whole
moving in a
system
linear fashion. Must be moving in.
No.
in relation to the ground.
No.
So, yes, according to modern science, the entire system of a local region of Earth's surface is moving sideways in relation to the axis of the Earth, the North Pole or the South Pole. But in relation to that ground, the helicopter is not moving.
Yeah, so we don't observe a Coriolis effect. That's what he said.
That's not what the Coriolis effect would do.
See, Flatzoid and Nathan Oakley and Quantum Racer and all those other fucking morons think that Coriolis is stuff moving under other stuff. That's all they understand it to be.
The
Okay, let's say
Coriolis
the
effect
helicopter's
does not
flying. Let's
apply
say
to
the
that.
And they don't want to know anything different. They don't want to know what it really is. That makes them sad and pathetic.
Let's say the helicopter is flying linearly. Will you observe this Coriolis effect?
If you somehow were able to measure at that minute level, yeah. We're talking about like less than.
How fucking fast do you think helicopters fly, Flatzoid? Helicopter, top speed. 175 knots. Top speed of a helicopter depends on the model, but most helicopters can't go faster than 175 knots, 201 miles per hour. So how much Coriolis do you think is going to fucking exist in it? Something that's going 200 miles an hour.
0.3 centimeters per second, I think, if I recall the number correctly. Which
Yeah,
means that
it's
the
like-
There we go. Due to the limiting factors, the maximum forward speed of a helicopter is limited to about 250 miles an hour. So, How much Coriolis do you think is going to happen in that amount of time?
Pilot would not notice as he's correcting for that while navigating based on the geography and the land features he's flying over.
Yeah, they don't correct for it. That's the whole point.
Because they wouldn't notice. It's too small.
Yeah, so we don't observe it. That's his point. We don't observe it. It's too small to observe.
Don't observe. You just picked one.
We observe it in tornadoes or in hurricanes. We observe it in hurricanes. That's where we observe it the best. So yes, it is observable, you stupid fuckwit.
One scenario where it should not be observed and say, oh, we don't observe it there, therefore it's debunked. No.
Okay,
wrong.
we can do another one.
So do you observe a clock's hour hand moving when you look at a clock? Can you observe a clock's hour hand moving while looking at a clock without anything else to measure it with, to compare it against? Can you observe that? Let's say you look at a clock for 30 seconds. Can you observe the hour hand moving? Of course you fucking can't. Does that mean it doesn't move?
Fine. Do we see planes fly backwards?
That's also
Oh my fucking Jesus. Good fucking Lord. My God, man. You really are stupid as shit.
wrong. Like, why would that debunk Coriolis effect?
Because the Earth rotates, and it would be rotating faster than the plane.
All right, again, nonsense.
No, it would not, because the plane's speed is based on ground speed, stupid. It's whatever the speed of the Earth is, plus whatever the speed the plane's moving. God, you're dumb. See, he thinks that as soon as the plane lifts up, the Earth's just going to keep going, and the plane's going to stay here, and it's going to fly backwards, because it's not going as fast as the Earth. What a dumb fuck you are. I mean, from an outward perspective, from like the moon, the plane, if you clocked how fast the Earth's moving and then clocked how fast the plane's moving, the Earth would be moving at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, right? I'll give them that argument for the sake of argument. The plane would be moving 1,500 miles an hour. What a dumb fuck. Oh, it's the same script.
The plane is powered flight. The plane is powered flight. So if it's going against the momentum, it would cancel that momentum out because...
It's not going against the momentum, motherfucker. It's using the momentum of the Earth as its ground speed. Jesus fucking Christ. This guy just doesn't know anything.
That's how you cancel out. You need force. And because the plane is having a forced momentum opposite to the direction of the momentum, if it doesn't have enough momentum, it would either fly backwards or it will cancel and go faster in one direction.
Jesus fucking Christ. No. No.
This can be counted if we take, I think it's a flight from Charlotte, Carolina to New York or something, where it's supposed to take 4 hours to fly, but only takes an hour, something like that.
What do you mean supposed to take 4 hours to fly?
According to your rotation of Coriolis.
According to your straw man of Coriolis.
Yes. Yes, according to your straw man. The thing you think Coriolis is.
Yes. You're just...
All right, I think we, I was going to say, I think we got a...
God, what a dumb fuck. I don't really want to watch another fucking hour of this. I really don't. I mean, this is just horrible.
Another one coming in here from LJ. So
Oh, boy.
I'm gonna stir the pot a little bit more here. So thank you, LJ, so much. He asks, why space travel keep getting delayed? Why does space travel keep getting delayed for decades now?
Money, budget. Who do you think pays for space travel, man? Fucking the government does. Yeah, how many government projects are scrapped because no money and no funding and no votes? That's why. You got the money? Give it to NASA. They'll go back to the moon in a minute. But it's just other things come up. Launch windows require precise planning. When the launch window is prohibited or is, I guess, altered because of weather, right? If you have to go to the store, right, and it's raining, cats and dogs, and there's hail outside, and you don't have any weather protection, so you're going to stay inside. Why does it take you so long to get to the fucking store? Oh, and you don't have the money for groceries, right? So why does it take you so long to get to the store? Maybe because of shitty weather. The distance is a long way. Don't have money for groceries, so why should I go? I've already been to the store and bought everything in the store, so I don't need to go there again? What a dumb fuck LJ is.
Clean it up a little bit, but yes, he's asking, why has space travel been getting delayed for decades now?
It actually hasn't been delayed because we send people to the ISS every month, pretty much. So what the fuck are you talking about?
And economics.
Any thoughts over there, Flatzoid?
Yeah, space doesn't exist. It violates the second law of thermodynamics. So obviously,
you don't know what the second law of thermodynamics means, man. It has nothing to do with space. It's energy. It's energy. That's all thermodynamics has to do with. The exchange of energy.
yeah, it's just a charade to keep people
Fucking
thinking. Space is real.
dumbass.
Nonsense.
Except we've been there. We're there now. We can measure the vacuum of space.
Have you shown any demonstration where gas pressure can exist without containment?
Yeah. Here's a prime example. I know it's CGI, but it's what I have on hand at the time. Right there. Gas pressure without containment. You stupid motherfucker. And look at all this around it.
You're just rigging the deck to try, like, defining terms and defining the challenge to ensure that you appear to win.
Let's put it this way: space, the whole heliocentric model, violates the first law of thermodynamics. Okay.
No, it doesn't. It's a measurement of everything around us, including the laws of thermodynamics. See, you're fucking stupid, and you should stop being stupid.
Okay. Where did all this? Okay, but you're a creationist, so it's fine. You can say God created the first matter to be able to expand, so that's fine on your. But
I don't believe in the Big Bang.
That's brilliant. I'm happy about that because you would agree that would just violate the first law of thermodynamics.
I don't know that it would do that.
No, it wouldn't, because the law of thermodynamics came after the Big Bang. See, physics didn't exist until later. Jesus fucking yeah, every question is the same every single fucking week.
But I do know that the Bible has a different narrative, and I believe that is a historical narrative. So I don't believe that's the history of the universe.
Hey,
I don't say that it violates the law of thermodynamics. That's nonsense.
Do you know what the first law is?
I think it's the one. Is it the one about entropy? Like
No, that's the second law. The first law is no matter can be created nor destroyed. It can only be transferred or transformed.
Huh. So what did your creator create it from? What was everything created from, Flatzoid? A thought? That's what your God did. That's what your Bible says, that everything was created because God thought it into being. So how does your Bible not violate the laws of thermodynamics? Because, I mean, creating something from a thought, that's less than nothing. Fucking hypocrite.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, the beginning of the universe is kind of a
So, I mean, you've just debunked your own God. You've just debunked God, Flatzoid. You've just proven God wrong. Using science, how about that?
philosophical question anyway.
And he's not smart enough to realize that he just did that, is he?
Okay, like, how did all of this matter and energy get here in the first place? So, like, yeah, there's different theories around that, but yeah.
Yeah.
So actually, we've heard this so many times. I'm going to put it on 1.5 speed just to get through it.
And then the second law is the entropy law. So if we had to have the entropy will always increase in an isolated system. Now, if the universe is this isolated system and the Earth.
Yes. An isolated system is the entire universe, not the Earth, dipshit. The Earth is not an isolated system, moron. It's a closed system.
Earth is an open system in this isolated system. All
And
the gas
no,
we have
the
in
Earth
world,
isn't. No, the Earth is not an open system. It's considered a closed system. You've been told this, motherfucker. Why can't you learn? Why are you incapable of learning the simplest of shit?
entropy will increase and fill the available space, and therefore we
Oh
won't be able to
shit.
breathe. So the mere fact we have gas to breathe
Sorry.
means we have containment.
And the mere fact that we have a pressure gradient proves that you're wrong.
Pressure gradients are a delta. They come after pressure gradients.
No, pressure gradients don't come after containment. It's gravity that creates the pressure gradient. No containment needed, dumb shit.
Up comes after pressure. So you first need the
Sorry,
containment.
there what?
You first need containment. Then you need the pressure, which is the gas. Then you need the pressure gradient.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You're thinking of gas pressure, pressurized gas in a container. That's different from atmospheric pressure, and you've been educated on this too. Why are you such a lying shit rag? Why, Flatzoid? Why are you such a fucking liar?
Pressure gradient comes after the pressure already needed.
Oh, you're just making up rules. That's not how physics
Okay,
works.
show me pressure gradient without pressure.
That's not how science works.
That is how science works. Show me pressure gradients without pressure.
What do you mean without pressure? What the fuck, man? What? God damn, man.
That's literally an incoherent question. How
Yeah,
can
it
you have
is.
pressure gradient without pressure?
Exactly my point. So you're claiming that to come afterwards, you're claiming delta is now before x doesn't make a sense. If I have pressure gradient, the antecedent for that means I have pressure, the gas. For the antecedent for gas pressure is the containment.
Yeah, that's
No
the rule. You made up.
containment. No containment.
That's for gas pressure. That's for pressurized gas above atmospheric pressure, stupid. That has nothing to do with the atmosphere.
No gas pressure. No gas
You just
pressure
made that
gradient.
up.
Okay, I can give you another example. Do you like steak? Do you eat a piece of steak?
This is from your.
Ah, now he's quoting Quantum Eraser. What a pathetic asshole. What a pathetic asshole. You know, they're making steak with just cells. With just cells. You don't have to grow a cow. So if you see a steak on your plate, there's no cow necessarily. Or let's say, here, hold on. Let me see. So if someone puts this on your plate, hold on a second. Yeah, so someone puts this down on your plate, says, there, have a steak. Think that came from a cow? Think that came from a cow? That's a cake.
Guy, Sovereign Soul.
No.
So just because you got a cake, just because you got a steak doesn't mean it came from a cow. What if it's a pork steak?
No. This is actually quantum razor long ago. You eat
Okay,
a piece of
whatever.
steak. Okay.
It comes from
Will
a
that
cow.
piece
I
of
get it.
will that piece of steak exist without the cow?
Yeah, but if you
Yeah, it would. Yes, it would. Because of science. See, science can make that fucking happen.
have also a piece of venison, and you are too dumb to tell the difference between venison and steak, and you
Yeah,
say, "I have this piece of meat, therefore it came from a cow," that's what you do.
No, but a gas is very specific. You can't fake a
No but about it. He's absolutely right.
gas, can you?
Nobody's saying that we're faking gas. We're saying that the pressure is contained by a different process for a different reason than it being
What process?
It's
By fucking gravity, moron. You know the fucking process. You lying sack of shit. You dishonest shit stain.
the fact that things fall down.
Gas doesn't fall down. Gas is
Yeah, it does.
homogeneous.
Yeah, it does. Most fucking certainly does. Most fucking certainly does. Uh, it most fucking certainly does. That's carbon dioxide. Most certainly falls down, you fucking liar. That's another quantum eraser bullshit.
No, gas is homogeneous. It moves in all
It
directions.
actually is not
It has
homogeneous.
it has a dispersal rate, and the second law of thermodynamics also has what we call the arrow of time. So if a dense
And no, gas is not homogeneous because you got less of it at a higher altitude. If it was homogeneous, the pressure wouldn't change. You'd still have the same amount everywhere. So why does your atmoplane or your atmos defy the laws of thermodynamics?
it's a gas, let's say because you're claiming, okay, I can, for instance, take sulfur hexafluoride and you can pour it down. It still disperses into the availability. So it just takes longer because it has.
No, it doesn't. No, if you pour sulfur hexafluoride out on the floor, it's going to go down and not go up. It's not going to expand to fill the container, stupid.
What we call the arrow of time. It's denser, so it takes more energy and longer to disperse. It still disperses.
So it does fall down.
And it still disperses.
Yeah, it falls
So it falls down, but no. Sulfur hexafluoride doesn't disperse.
down and then disperses for exactly the same reason that water finds its level. Because things
No.
fall down. And in fluid, when a fluid is...
Okay, but then in your logic, I can go and buy a bucket of propane and never need to worry about closing it.
No, because propane is miscible. Propane can mix with air. See, not all gases mix with air. Sulfur hexafluoride doesn't. And in order to have that gas pressurized, you have to contain it. But yeah, you can walk around with a bucket of propane. And it'll stay in the bucket if you don't slosh it around enough because of gravity. But if you want to pressurize that gas, you need to contain it.
No, that's not what I said.
You're claiming gas is cooled down. It doesn't. It disperses. You would agree.
A
If you had
propane
to have
tank
it
needs
open-
to be
if you
under
had-
pressure.
If you had to have a bucket of even sulfur hexafluoride, would you agree that eventually it will all disperse into the available space?
No, it won't.
I don't know off the top of my head, actually.
It will.
I mean, it'll take months and months and months. But no, if it's stationary, if it's motionless, you don't disturb it with air currents, it'll stay in that bucket. Let me see. Sulfur hexafluoride SF6 is chemically inert and doesn't mix with anything, including air. So no, it would not disperse into the air, you stupid fucker. Right there.
Okay.
This is why all gas needs to be contained, because if it's not contained, it will fill the available space. And this is why the second law of thermodynamics is violated on your globe.
So why hasn't your Atmo filled the available space? Because we've got very, very little oxygen, very little air on the top of Mount Everest. So little you have to have oxygen tanks. You have to take your own air up there in order to fucking breathe, moron. And you go higher up, yeah, you're going to need a fucking mask. You're going to need oxygen because there's no air up there. Why hasn't your Atmo obeyed the law of thermodynamics like you claim it needs to?
Because you guys claim Earth is an open system in the universe, which is a separate system. So therefore,
No, we claim the Earth is a closed system.
the gas we breathe will fill that available space. The
So
fact-
you don't know what the fuck, you don't know what science claims, but you want to argue against it. That shows how ignorant you are.
we have gas pressure, and gas pressure gradients requires it to be enclosed.
No, that's just wrong.
No, that's not just wrong. That's how it works. That's how.
No, you just
No, it's fucking wrong.
you just made up the requirement that it has to
I
have.
am not. I can show you actual MIT professors giving this exact teachings, thermodynamic processes, kinetic molecule theories.
Well, I guarantee you that they would not.
Oh, you mean the MIT professor who showed the two round bottom flasks that are stuck together with a seal and a valve, and one of them's under vacuum and the other one is under pressure? I believe bromine gas is the one they use because it's dark and you can see it. and then he opens the valve and it rushes in and it fills the space completely. Why didn't your Atmo do that? Why doesn't your Atmo do what the MIT professor that you're going to fucking quote say it does? Say it should.
Say that the idea of a spherical atmosphere next to space violates whatever laws they're trying to teach. That's,
well, I can guarantee you no one
that's
can tell
cherry
me. I can guarantee you no one can tell me how gas doesn't need containment when literally that's what it teaches.
That's not what it teaches.
So if you go to those MIT professors that you are going to cite and ask them, is the Earth flat? What are they going to tell you, Flatzoid? What are they going to say? Oh, it absolutely is. You're 100% right. No, they won't, will they?
You just made that up.
And I can give you many MIT instructors that will tell you you're wrong.
You would be cherry picking.
No, you can't. You fucking can't. Because no MIT professor is going to say that our atmosphere has to be contained. Nobody. None of them.
Out of context.
Ow.
Because they all would assume would agree that the atmosphere is next to space and does not need anything other than gravity to restrain it.
Show me gravity restraining gas.
That's not.
Again, it's well, hold on. Gravity. Earth. You think there's no air around here? If this is a photograph?
Not what we were just.
You just said gravity will restrain it. So
we were talking about what these experts would say.
Yes, gas has mass. Mass attracts mass. The Earth is a huge mass. Air is attracted to the Earth. Yes, gravity works. Fuck off.
And they would say it will fill the available space.
No, they would say that the atmosphere is restrained by gravity.
Do you know Joule's expansion of free gas?
I'm not familiar with whatever you're referring to specifically, no.
Okay, do you know any gas laws? Let's put it that way. Any gas laws. Gay-Lussac's law, Charles'
This
law.
is why I didn't want to.
Why do his eyes twitch around? Why do Flatzoid's eyes twitch? He just like looks at it's like he isn't looking like in different places. His eyes are just like twitch around. Like he's trying to look at 30,000 different things at once. Why is that?
I go into this because I know that you have your script that is very, very, very well rehearsed. It's a script.
It's not a script. It's
you don't understand any single piece of it, and now you're going to try to make it look like.
Yes, a script. The script that was written by Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser. That's the script that you're going from. And fucking Sleeping Warrior. Those are your script writers.
I don't understand.
Wait, so because I have knowledge on a subject, it's a script?
No, because your knowledge.
No, you don't have knowledge on any of these subjects, Flatzoid. You're just reading the script that other people are feeding you because you're a parrot. You're a hopeless cult member.
On the subject is garbage.
This is the same. This is exactly the same as when Dave Farina takes his word salad bottle to Witsit. Because he doesn't understand the words coming out of his mouth, it's word salad. Now, because
the words coming out of Witsit's mouth are word salad. They're words that mean things definitionally, but together they're just horseshit. They don't mean anything when you put them together. It'd be like saying, my cat prairie dog cow hose pom-pom. That's word salad. Individually, those words mean certain things, but you put them together and it's just gibberish. That's what Witsit spews. But you're not smart enough to catch that because you're dumb and you're indoctrinated. So whatever Witsit says, oh my God, he's a fucking genius.
I understand the words coming out of my mouth. You don't understand the subject. It's a script.
No, that's not the logic.
I tell you, there better be something big at the end of this, or I'm going to be peeved. Putting myself through this shit.
Logic I applied.
That is the logic you applied.
No, it's not.
Okay, then tell me, how's it a script? Tell me, what I'm saying is, did I say what's wrong with what I said?
I believe it's a script. If I don't have enough knowledge to combat it, then I can't show to other people that it's a script. I can't demonstrate that in a debate, and that's why I didn't want to get into this.
All right.
But it is a script.
Let us move on from here.
Yes, it's a script because you say the exact same things over and over again in the same order, regardless of how many times you've been corrected.
Sounds like
Yeah.
well, this question was from LJ, so I'll give you the last word on that one, Peter. Next one's for you, Flatzoid. This is from Johnny 46BA. So thank you so much for your guys' support. Flatzoid, if you are so convinced the Bible says the Earth is flat, when the final experiment shows 24-hour sun in Antarctica, will you become an atheist?
First of all, I've been saying this a lot at the final experiment.
Good question. Good question. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's probably God hiding it from us, or making it do that to make it seem like the Earth is round when it actually created it flat, right?
Flat Earth doesn't make a claim on what the sun does, even if it shows.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You make a claim that the sun goes away, circles around a flat piece of Earth between the two tropics. That's the claim you make. And to be able to see that circling around your head from anywhere on the rim would be impossible, according to your claim.
Shows 24-hour sun, it doesn't disprove the Bible in any way or a flat Earth. The only one that's possible for it to disprove, because the only one's making a claim here, are the globers. So no, it will not disprove any.
So the sun doing what it should do on a sphere that spins on its axis is actually proving wrong the people who say that it's an Earth that spins on its axis and it's spherical, right? That's your logic. That's your deflection, your cop out. That's your script. Everything that anybody says debunks them.
Anything, because the Bible specifically says it circuits the heavens.
Right. It circuits the heavens. Okay, then how could it circuit the heavens around us when we're at the edge of it? See, that would go against what you say God says. What a dumb, dishonest fucktard.
Just because you're too ignorant to apply the logic doesn't mean that your model does not require certain things.
Okay,
Poke,
let's put it this way.
poke,
Does your
poke.
globe
Poke, fucking poke.
dictate the sun to be visible 24 hours a day in Antarctica?
At certain times in certain places, yes.
Does the flat Earth say what the sun is, where it is? It's supposed to be there 24. It should go down or should be there in Antarctica.
Yes, the flat Earth says that it will come toward you and away from you. That's what the flat Earth says. But in reality, we have a 24-hour sun. See, the flat Earth says it would never illuminate the ice wall. Ever. The whole thing at once. For 24 hours straight. But again, we can show 5-day time lapses where the sun never sets. But you guys don't believe that because it goes against your narrative.
24 in that certain time.
It does say that it circles clockwise above the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, does it
Did the
not?
Bible say that? Did the Bible say that?
The Bible does not know.
Oh, okay. So again, another Robotian model, maybe?
Is that not what you believe?
Like
Answer the question.
I'm saying, another Robotian model,
Answer the question. Is that not what you believe?
maybe?
You're just running away.
No.
What is it that you believe?
The question was biblical. He brought, you are biblical. Now I'm telling you, you have to separate. There's different beliefs in things, just like even on the flatter side, you get Pac-Man beliefs, you get simulation believers or whatever. Okay, I subscribe to the Hebrew cosmology, the biblical, because I trust God.
Okay, so do you believe the sun goes underneath the earth at night?
Doesn't say.
That's what the Hebrews believed.
Show me.
I did already.
No, that wasn't the Hebrew cosmology. That was Near Eastern cosmologies. That wasn't the Hebrew cosmology.
What about the Book of Enoch? Is that not Hebrew?
Is the Book of Enoch in the Bible?
No, but it's Hebrew.
But you treat it like it's the Bible, don't you? Oh, but now it's not in the Bible. Now it's not biblical. Is that what you're saying? That you just cherry pick from the Bible? From biblical teachings? From writings? Is that what you're saying? You're cherry picking it now? Moving the goalpost?
Last word for you, Flatzoid, on this one?
Yeah, and yes, I do like the Book of Enoch, by the way, guys. I think it is something you have to read as a Christian. No, I will not become atheist because it doesn't make it not flat.
Why would you read the Book of Enoch as a Christian when it's not part of the Bible? And you don't believe what it says because he just said what Enoch says. And you don't believe that the writings of Enoch are real. So why would you want to read it as a Christian?
Flat. It can only make it not a globe, and that's literally just trying to drag flat earthers into a false dichotomy.
All right. LJ is asking to you, Peter. Actually, sorry, not to you, Peter. This is for both of you, so I'll give you each a minute. What would change your minds to go to the other side? So I'll give you a minute on the floor to start, Peter.
What would change my mind is if we did not see a 24-hour sun or the sun circling over their heads in Antarctica. That would change my mind. But what would change Flatzoid's mind? Absolutely fucking nothing. Because he's an indoctrinated cultist.
That's kind of a loaded question because, to me, the prospect of the Earth being flat, especially according to Robothemist cosmology, and by that I mean the sun circling around the Earth above it instead of going underneath, that cosmology has never, ever, 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 ever provided even one tiny shred of coherence or evidence or argument of any kind. So it would probably take something very dramatic that would throw me into a lot of confusion for a long time in order for me to change my mind.
All right, 1 minute there, Flatzoid on the clock.
No, it's actually very simple. If anybody can demonstrate to me the no need for containment to have gas pressure.
All right. Well, thank you so much to both of our speakers.
Yeah, the Earth, man. Yeah. Take a breath. Take a breath. Now, take a breath and run a mile. Now, go up to Denver, Colorado and run a mile.
Speakers for answering all these questions. We do have quite a few moving in. We'll try to get through them maybe a little quicker, just to respect the time of our speakers. They have been, well, by the time we get done, we'll be well over 2 hours, I'm sure. So thank you again, Peter and Flatzoid, for having this discussion. Theodore Paul.
I mean, what do you think? Why do you think he wore a spacesuit when he jumped out of that fucking balloon for the Red Bull jump? Why do you think he wore a fucking spacesuit, man? Why? Maybe because there's no fucking air up there?
Says, Flats, unicorn math. You sound like you fell down the stairs on your head. Oh, Theodore, you're so pleasant. So stop
Love you, Theodore.
Things your future kids will be embarrassed by. Well, Theodore, I read your question. There's not much to engage with there besides, yes, much love to you. Very pleasant sentiments.
Yes, it is Flatzoid's legacy to go down in history as one of the dumbest pieces of shit on the planet. In the history of the planet. In the history of mankind. Hey, Scruff Dog, what's up?
Joshua Jamie, if we are using math to measure the Earth, that is clearly different than making up math for a unicorn that can't be measured.
Yeah, but
Thank you.
okay, that's actually a good point, by the way. And the problem with the globe is most of it is based on something that can't be measured. Now, when we measure the Earth, it's based on planar measurements, flat.
What? Something that can't be measured? You can't measure spherical excess? Of course you can.
Measurements. That's my whole point. That's what we were going to.
But you've never measured. No one's ever measured the flat Earth. I mean, listen to the liar. Listen to him.
For a unicorn that can't be measured.
Yeah, but
Thank you.
okay, that's actually a good point, by the way. And the problem with the globe is most of it is based on something that can't be measured. Now,
what can't be measured? What can't be measured? I'll be right back. So I'm going all in on the old guy shit. This is the meal schedule for Meals on Wheels. Today I had chili rellenos casserole. They're closed Tuesday and Thursdays, so you get a frozen meal. On Mondays and Wednesdays, we get a hot meal and a frozen meal so we could have dinner when they're closed, when they don't deliver. It's even got the schedule of what you're getting, and it's pretty good food. I mean, it's not Michelin, it's not 5 Michelin stars, but it's pretty tasty. So, yeah.
When we measure
So I won't starve. I won't go hungry.
the Earth, it's based on planar measurements, flat measurements. That's my whole point. That's what we were going to.
Oh, and every Monday they give me a half gallon of milk, which is awesome.
Planar surveying.
Any thoughts on the other side?
It's not based on planar measurements.
No, it's
It's just
not.
wrong.
Just wrong. Can you show me how I'm wrong?
Geodetic surveying measures the spherical axis of the Earth. That's how you're wrong. And you've been told this before. You've been educated on this before. Why are you fucking lying? Well, we know why you're lying.
You're the one who made the claim. That means you have the burden of proof.
No, you said I'm wrong. You just said I'm wrong. I'm telling you planar surveying.
No, you have the burden of proof to prove that planar surveying is how we measure the Earth.
Uses horizontal datums. Last time I checked, horizontal does not bend. Doesn't curve.
It does.
Yeah, it does. Yes, the horizon follows the curvature of the Earth. That's been measured
Because I showed
by the surveyors that you say don't measure it.
that,
Horizontal curves.
And you can see the curve if you take two straight edges that are long enough and put them above and below the horizon and take a picture and then compress it. So you can prove it yourself.
changes relative to your longitude and latitude.
Okay, planar surveying can go up to 150 miles, okay? They do not assume any curve.
Yeah, they do. Yes, all surveyors, after a certain distance, have to take curvature into account.
Maybe you are referring to some more
how
specific
much-
discipline than I thought. I don't know. Planar
How much-
surveying.
Yes, it's free. They ask for a $5 donation. I don't know if that's $5 a month or just total, or they ask for any donations. So I'm going to give them $10 on payday because I can afford it, and show my appreciation for the program. And it'll help keep the program going. So when I was in the Army, I paid taxes. My salary was paid to me from those taxes. So
I guess maybe you're gerrymandering.
now that's what's it called? Spectroscopy. That's the thing that needs a container.
The claim then. So maybe you are right after all, technically.
Yeah, they only measure incline and slope angles based on horizontal data.
All right. Next one's coming in for you, Peter. This is from Deems Traveler. So thank you so much for your support.
You know what they also can measure with planar surveying? They can measure diverging zeniths. And you can only have divergent zeniths on a sphere.
For it. Can the Glober explain how radio transmissions can be sent 1,700 miles and received first try, like Moroni did, and documented, if the Earth is curving?
Because of bounce, tropospheric bounce, I can't remember it, but yeah, they bounce the signal off the sky, basically.
I think you meant Marconi.
Yeah, they may have had a typo. Sorry.
Well, I haven't studied that specific thing that they're trying to bring up. So I would have to qualify, by saying that I'm not an expert on that. But I do know there's such a thing as over-the-horizon radar. There's, radio waves that bounce between the clouds bounce between the ionosphere and the Earth. And they follow the curvature of the Earth that way. There's the fact.
Ionosphere. That's it. There's actually, I don't know if it's a. I mean, it seems kind of far-fetched to believe. Yeah, skip. But there are stories of hearing radio transmissions from radio stations that have been shut down for a long time, where the signal has bounced around the ionosphere so perfectly that it just something happens and it comes back down and somebody picks it up. So that could just be a urban legend or a prank or just someone lying, but
that radio signals propagate equally in all directions generally, and therefore, no matter where you are, you're going to see a blip, and then they can also be reflected if you're doing radar or whatever, according to diffuse reflection, which means they reflect back in all directions, and therefore, no matter where you are, you're going to see the reflection blip. So, I mean, I don't know what there is to explain beyond that, unless we dig into the specifics that I haven't studied.
Yeah.
I mean, with a powerful enough radio, powerful enough transmitter, and a Yagi at the specific angle up, I can communicate with China.
You see, the history behind that is the wave band that they're using actually is a line of sight. And what happened is there was no such thing as the ionosphere in that time, so they kept.
What? There was no such thing as the ionosphere? Let's see. When was the ionosphere invented? In 1925, the English physicist Appleton demonstrated by experiment the presence of these layers imagined by Heaviside and Kennelly. Shortly after Appleton, the American physicists Breet and Tuve measured the height of the ionosphere layers using a radio pulse transmitter. So it wasn't invented, stupid. The ionosphere has always been there, you fucking idiot. Jesus fucking Christ. He doesn't think the ionosphere has been around longer than radio.
Came with an excuse to say, oh no, it's just bouncing off the ionosphere to get that exact refracted angle.
This is revisionist history. The ionosphere, there's never been a time the ionosphere did not exist, except maybe in Genesis. And also, there is no spectrum that is exempt from Snell's law. You can't just say, oh, this part of the spectrum is line of sight. No, all of it can be refracted. It just depends on the conditions.
The wavelength he's talking about is literally based on line of sight.
It is literally radio waves, right?
Based on line of sight.
Radio waves refract.
Line of sight propagation. In other words, if you had to push it up, it will.
Good God, man. Listen to the limited intellect. Listen to it. He can't go off script. He can't go fucking off script. Peter's taking him off script, and he's got to get back to it. Line of sight. Line of sight. Line of sight.
Will not reach the receiver.
What?
You're a dumb fuck.
It has to be line of sight to the receiver to work. That's his point.
Yeah, that's because generally the refraction, if present, is very minimal.
Okay.
Do you know that radio waves are another form of light? Did you know that, Flatzoid? So if I can have a radio signal that goes 17,000 miles or whatever the fuck you said, why can't I see that far?
Yeah, makes sense.
Theodore Paul says, Flats, way to go to the Bible when you know you're losing.
Yep.
No, this was a biblical debate. This
Is
is the
this
whole
same-
point of this debate.
This is the same.
It was supposed to be
pleasant Theodore.
biblical.
Sorry, I was
Admittedly,
the
yeah,
same
the-
pleasant person from before. I'm just picking on you, Theodore, but we might not have too much.
I mean, even in non-biblical conversations, he fucking goes to the Bible because he's got nothing. He's got nothing but an unfalsifiable narrative and nuh-uh.
To say on that, but yeah, there was intention to go down several avenues regarding differences on that subject. So yeah, make no mistake, that's not.
I will probably do that. I'll probably do that, yeah.
I just have to point out, and even Ryan knows, when I debate something that's not based on biblical, I don't bring the Bible into it.
Rhinos? What the fuck does... What? What?
It's not.
I just have to point out, and even Ryan knows, when I debate something that's not based on biblical, I don't bring the Bible into it. But tonight was specifically about the Bible. That's why we were debating Bible.
Yeah,
Something that's not based on biblical, I don't bring the Bible into it.
Rhino. Rhinos, it's an animal, a pachyderm, and a political faction. What the fuck does that have to do with science, man?
But tonight was specifically about the Bible. That's why we were debating Bible.
Yeah.
Now, what's funny is Trump is a rhino. Magatards talk about, oh, he's just a rhino. Mitt Romney's a rhino. All Republicans who don't like us are rhinos. Yeah, Trump is a rhino. In 2020 or 2000, he ran as an independent under the Revisionist Party. Can't remember which party it was. But his mentor at that time was Jesse Ventura. Lost, didn't win the election. So that's the first time he lost lost the presidency. Second time, and that was just him taking a break from being a Democrat. So up until 2016 or 2015, he was a Democrat. Now all of a sudden he's a fucking Republican. And yeah. So basically Trump's a rhino.
Yeah, it
Republican in name only.
was.
Yeah.
Can confirm.
Can confirm. Excellent. Yeah, we all agree that on that for sure. Vipe asks here, Flatzoid, explain the counter rotating celestial spheres directly above your head while standing on the North versus South Pole, or close to them.
Easy. We usually do this with a demonstration with a road. If I'm looking north and I have cars coming from the east to west, and they were traveling to my right to left. If I had to cross the road and now look south, those same cars that were coming east to west are now going to be left to right based on my location.
And you apparently didn't understand the question because it's clockwise versus counterclockwise, not simply left to right versus right
If
to
you
left.
take a clock, stand on this side, it will seem clockwise. Yeah. Well, the clock is different because that's turning this way, but you're looking up. But yeah, it's based on relative.
Yeah, we are looking up when we observe star trails.
And we see it in one direction because we are only led.
No, we can see the whole circle if we look at one of the poles. If you're in the northern
So
hemisphere,
if I'm
you
in the
can
north
see.
looking north, it sees it clockwise. If I had to look at that same turning with the back, it will now seem to go the other way.
Okay, so take that clock, right? Take that clock, put it anywhere along the or I'm sorry, stand somewhere in the room, and like put it in the center of the room, and then stand in a corner and see if it reverses direction, Flatzoid. Because that's all you'd be doing on a flat Earth, moving a further distance from the center. So at what point in the room does the clock start spinning in a different direction? But if you have a glass floor in that room, and you take that clock and you put it on the floor of the story below you, and you look down, you're going to see it spin in a different direction because you're looking at the back side of the clock. Right?
No, that's not true. If you're looking up at something on a ceiling, if you put a clock on the ceiling, it would still be clockwise no matter whether you're standing on one side or
The
the
clock
other.
is sitting like this. The stars aren't sitting like this. The stars are moving around you like this, not like this. You get it?
So you're saying it.
No, they're moving around us like this, Flatzoid. Here's the ground. Here's where the stars move. The stars don't go lower or higher than the surface of this top. They don't go around like this, Flatzoid. That's not what your flat Earth model says. You don't even know your own model, motherfucker.
It's like a
A
clock on
different
a wall
orientation.
instead of on
Different
the ceiling.
orientation. I'm trying to say it's based on your relative position. It's the same as if you go to the equator and you look up, you'll see it go from behind you forward to you, and then on the right it will look like it's curving right and to the left, but left.
Yeah.
But that wouldn't happen on a flat Earth. It would never happen on a flat Earth. If you're at the equator, the stars would have to move in an arc. They would have to move in an arc. There's no place on flat Earth where those stars will move in a straight line. Ever.
That shows a globe.
No, that doesn't.
Yes, it
It's
does.
literally relative position.
The only way
Yes, that shows a globe, fuckwit.
that can work is on a sphere.
No.
At least if the sky is a sphere, which is what the ancients believed for a long time.
Firmament. The firmament, yeah.
Stereoma referred to the Greek belief that the sky was a sphere.
Half dome.
No, they.
Jesus, what a dumb fuck.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. The firmament is a half dome. It's not a full dome, just to let you know.
Well, I was saying the Greeks believed it was a full sphere.
I don't care what the Greeks believed. I'm just telling you what the firmament is. And even
Oh, you don't care what the Greeks believe, but you'll reference them as one of the ancients, right? You don't care what they say now because it hurts your narrative, right?
the
So
Greeks.
every
okay,
time you say
and
firmament,
when
that
they
comes
say
from the Greek word stereoma.
No, it didn't.
ultimately.
Raka, rakia, stereoma comes after, not
And
before.
so does firmament. I said every time you say firmament, that comes through
Firmament is
Greek.
English. firmament is the English translation of stereoma, which comes from rakia, which comes from raka.
This is coming from the same guy that says that the word NASA in Hebrew means deceiver, when NASA isn't a word.
Yeah, so you had to go through 3 languages: Hebrew, Greek,
And
Latin
okay,
to English.
did raka say it was spherical?
Well, no, it didn't say anything
Did
about
rakia
shape
say it
or
was
hardness.
spherical?
The Hebrew, we already talked about the Hebrew. I was simply pointing out firmament goes through
Aramaic as well,
3
even the
languages.
Aramaic language as well. It's not spherical. The only reason the Greeks called it spherical.
Who speaks Aramaic? Aramaic is a dead language, man. Do you speak Aramaic? Do you speak Aramaic, Flatzoid? No? Then why the fuck are you trying to say what Aramaic says?
Spherical is because they believe the Earth to be a globe. That doesn't make the
Yeah,
firmament.
and the Septuagint
by
and
the
the
way-
Vulgate that gave you the word firmament.
Yes, and entomology, very expert. Yeah.
Also came from that belief.
Is the Latin
Flatzoid,
Vulgate?
so last
Is
one.
the Lat- yeah? Is do you read the Latin Vulgate or the Bible, Peter?
Have you ever read it? Have you ever read Latin? Hey, don't ask if someone else has read it unless you have too.
The Latin Vulgate is the Bible.
No,
It's a
not.
translation of the Bible into Latin.
How many books of the Bible in the Latin Vulgate?
I don't know off the top of my head.
It's not the same as the Bible, just to let you know. It's the Roman Catholic translation.
The Vulgate, sometimes refers to as a Latin Vulgate, is a late 4th century Latin translation of the Bible.
All right, next question's coming in from Matthew Eastman. Thank you so much for your
It just fucking makes shit up. Just revisionist bitch.
support for the channel and super chat. Time zones are derived from longitudinal lines and ground position of the sun. How can you have time zones if the sun sets below your feet?
Was that
That's
for me?
for
Or?
you, Peter.
I think that one would be for you there, Peter. Yeah.
Well, you can't. That's why we know the Earth is a globe.
Any other
I mean,
inputs or thoughts on the other
and did I misunderstand the question? Like, if it's because eye level is relative. Okay, so when the sun sets for me, it goes below my feet according to my definition of up, down, and horizontal. But my definition of up, down, and horizontal differs from someone 69 miles west of me by 1 degree. You know, for every 69 miles you travel, your definition of up, down, and sideways is going to change by 1 degree. And so that's how the sun can continually go below eye level for someone somewhere at all times.
Yep, absolutely. My question would be, well, I think I forgot it. Oh yeah. Why, if the flat Earth is the original map and the globe is taken from the flat Earth, why are the straight lines of latitude or straight lines of longitude measured off in degrees of a circle and 360 degrees of a circle? Why?
Just in a circle.
I mean, if you go from here to the store, how many degrees have you traveled? Degrees is not a distance. It's a angular measurement, not on a straight line.
All right. Any other thoughts on the other side, or do you want to carry on?
Yeah, we're not falling away.
All right.
We're not falling away. I don't know if I then turn around, turn 180 degrees, then you're falling forward. You fucking simpleton.
ADHD project says if it quacks like a duck, it's a robotomist.
Yep.
I think ADHD's just showing some appreciation for your points there. So yeah, always fine. But we will move on.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your for super chat there, ADHD projects. And I actually got an email related to you being on the show. We're gonna get. I'll send you a message afterwards. We're gonna get ADHD back on. So stay tuned, everybody. Deems Traveler. All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. Quote from Purdue University. How do you isolate gravity from electrostatics?
Everything's electrostatic. Well, electrostatics is the study of electricity, or the study of electromagnetism. So the question is ignorant.
Well, I think it's by making it equal. So, like, yes, on a molecular level, if you take individual pieces of molecules or individual molecules, then you're going to find some electromagnetic force in between them. But as a whole, an object like a piece of wood or like this plastic water bottle, you know, the sum of all of those forces in all of those molecules equals zero. It has a net zero charge, or at least close to zero. And therefore, we know that if I dropped this water, I'm not going to drop that, but we know if I did drop that, it would not be because of electromagnetics, because the net charge of that collection of molecules is zero.
Yeah, not to mention you got different type of properties of magnetic charge. But ferromagnetism, paramagnetism, dimagnetism, they have discharge and charge. So why aren't we seeing frogs floating in the air? In other words,
Because it's not electromagnetic. It's gravity.
Yeah, no, not gravity.
Yeah. Yeah, gravity. It's gravity. Absolutely.
Yes.
Relative density disequilibrium.
No, that's been proven wrong I don't know how many times. Again, density tower and free fall proves you wrong.
Those are things related to gravity.
No.
Yes.
It's not specific gravity. You are talking about specific gravity. I'm not saying anything about specific gravity. I'm saying relative
Because you're stupid, that's why. You don't know what you're talking about.
I was not either.
disequilibrium.
I'm
Yeah,
saying
you're telling
those
me-
terms are from
No.
the study of gravity.
No. Even buoyancy, Archimedes' principle, it was derived 1,900 years before.
Right, because of gravity. Yes, buoyancy is a result of gravity.
Gravity was even postulated. They didn't need gravity then. They still don't need it now, even though you put in your equations. And therefore,
So do you think things fell before they knew what density was? How far into our culture as humans did we know what what relative density was, or density or mass? We didn't know what that was back then either, right? Fucking retard.
showing equations don't make reality.
Last word for you, Peter.
I didn't say equations make reality, but if you're using equations to describe reality, then you can use the equation to.
So if you don't know what wind is, right? You're raised in a box, no one told you what wind is. Then you go outside and the wind hits you. Is it not real? You don't know what it is, but doesn't have an effect on you. Yeah.
Corroborate, falsify, or deduce. And apparently you don't understand that. Archimedes' principle is, they believe that things fall downward, so I don't know what you're trying to say about that.
Things do fall, yeah, I agree, things fall. I'm just saying it's not gravity.
Well, they didn't study
Well, you're fucking wrong. That's plain and simple. You're fucking wrong. You've been proven wrong.
it until the
You can't answer questions about it. You won't answer the question why a density column won't order itself, won't write itself in free fall. You can't answer that question. You refuse to. I've asked you that question thousands of times, at least hundreds of times.
14 or 1500s, but it's gravity.
No, it's not. Gravity buoyancy requires
Nuh-uh.
gravity force. Gravity's not a force. So
Nuh-uh.
verifies that argument.
Yes, gravity is a force. In Newtonian physics, gravity is a force. We don't live under Einsteinian physics, no matter what Sleeping Warrior says about snapping the wand and superseding Newton, because he's a stupid fucker just like you. Doesn't matter what he says. I'd believe what Einstein says when he said I could not supersede Newton, because his teachings, his writings are too fucking important. But hey, believe Sleeping Warrior over Einstein. Go ahead.
That gravity is the
It
core.
is a force.
It's not.
It is.
It's not,
Einstein
Peter
says
gets the last word here. We gotta move on, you guys.
Right. Einstein is talking about Einsteinian physics, you stupid fuck.
Yeah, that's fun though. All right, so sorry guys, but yeah, if you had any last little thoughts on that, Peter, then we got a question for you, Flatzoid.
Have we gotten to the great thing yet? Is it still coming?
Newtonian physics still applies.
All right, no worries. Theodore Paul coming in again. Ask Flatzoid, if God is all-powerful, why would an infinitely expanding universe be a problem for a God to have a personal relationship within each of us? How can a universe expanding quickly remove God from our lives if God is the alpha?
That's actually a good point. But no, the thing is, if you look at God's
Yeah, it just proves you're wrong. That's why it's a good point.
character, he wants to be close to you. The fact that he's ever expanding away from you goes against God's character. That's my.
No, it doesn't. So you're saying what God's character is? You are the arbiter of what God's character is? You speak for God now? What an arrogant fuck.
Straw man.
But no, it doesn't. But no, it doesn't limit it. He's his abilities.
The expansion of the universe simply does not mean that God is getting farther away. That's just a non sequitur. A straw man.
All right. And any closing thoughts on that one, Flatzoid? That one's for you.
No, that's fine.
No. All right.
Made my point.
So if you have a balloon and you've got something that's suspended inside the balloon in the center of it, and you start inflating the balloon, does the gas in that balloon get further away, or does it just get bigger?
A1. All right, let's carry into Joshua Jamie's question. Thank you so much for your support. Important corrections should enter into the calculation of any long trajectory, namely the curvature of the Earth, increasing the range and the altitude and gravitational attraction. Quote from U.S. Navy institution.
Mm-hmm.
Any thoughts
And
there?
you can show this. And you can show this.
Well,
Yes, gunnery manual. You've been shown the manuals, dumb fuck, and you've denied them. Yes, all gunnery manuals tell you to take curvature into account and spin. You've been shown this. Why are you fucking acting like it's new to you?
Joshua Jamie, maybe if you want to follow up, but yeah, we got anything else there?
Yeah, he's a religious kook, but he's not as kooky as most.
Here, I'll just
Yeah, because the last time I checked, if someone's in a war situation, they're not gonna say, "Hang on, please don't shoot at me. I just have to work out all my calculations before I shoot at you."
We don't use artillery to kill people that are right there, motherfucker. That's not what the purpose of artillery. Artillery fires over dozens and dozens and hundreds of miles, man. What the fuck are you talking about? He thinks that artillery. I think someone said Bob the Science Guy said something about a like an 18-inch gun. And I think Flatzoid thinks it's a gun you shoot like this, that you got to shoot if people are coming at you. What a dumb motherfucker. Seriously.
That's why they have computers and lookup tables.
What an abject fucking retard.
Before they had the computers, what did they do then?
They had a fucking firing chart. See, they had mathematicians, they had scientists that are calculating all the things that go into it. And yes, they've had fucking computers around. They've had firing solution computers around since World War One, motherfucker. Or at least World War Two. What the fuck, man? Here's the M18 field artillery computer. This is from a video from 1963. So yeah, they use a fucking computer, motherfucker. We don't do shit with pen and paper. Are you fucking crazy? I mean, god damn it, man. The M1 was used by Seacoast Artillery for major caliber Seacoast guns. It computed a continuous firing data for a battery of 2 guns that were separated by not more than 1,000 feet. Utilized the same type of input data furnished by a range selection when then current 1940 type of position finding and pre-fire control equipment. The M3, in conjunction with the M9 and M10. So these are all the artillery computers. I'm trying to find a date when they first invented it. The M8 gun data computer was an electronic computer built by Bell Labs. For over 40 years, mechanical analog computers provided the U.S. Navy with the world's most advanced and capable fire control system for aiming large naval guns and setting fuse times on the shells for destroying either surface or air targets for over 40 years. So, yeah, it's a mechanical computer, mechanical analog.
They invented computers during World War II for this purpose, partly.
Oh, were
And
they fast enough to do it?
Well, not at the time yet, no, but they had lookup tables. Lookup tables go back.
Right there, it's a constant computation. It's a running computation. You didn't even bother fucking looking up, did you, Flatzoid? You just going with the script.
Hundreds of years.
Yeah, which men had to go and calculate it themselves.
Right, which they did because that's Jesus fucking Christ, this guy. So he thinks it's like, let's see, 1 + 1 carry the 4 type. Oh no, they killed me. What a stupid fuck.
And those lookup tables, do you know how what the parameters are to be used for certain things? Like, let's say, for instance, Coriolis. Do you know the parameter?
Yes, they have variables for that, and spin, and curvature.
That needed to be done before you could say, let's use the Coriolis parameters.
Are you asking what things had to be measured before?
Okay, let's put this. So they had a set table.
No, we don't have to measure things. We already know how fast the Earth spins. We already know how fast the Earth spins. We know we know what curvature is. So no, we didn't have to calculate that in every fucking time. Just because you're shitty with math, don't even think that other people take a long time to do a calculation. Fuck me.
With special parameters. And those are the baseline parameters. And what you had to go through all those parameters, and if those parameters don't meet.
No, you don't. No, you don't. What the fuck are you talking about?
Then you have to go to the special parameters, would be for Earth turn and.
Right. You don't use the standard parameters. You use the special situation. That's all you use. Fuck this guy.
Curve and all that nonsense, which is never shown. That's the point. That's the point.
Yes, it has been shown. Fucking liar.
They don't ever use it.
Yes, they do, motherfucker. What do you think a field training manual is for? It's to train you how to work in the field, fucker. You don't know shit about the military. Why the fuck are you even commenting on it? Fuck me. So I was taught in a field manual how to take a picture for the Army. Did I not use a fucking camera? Did I not go by that field manual in the field? Yes, of course I fucking did. If you go against the manual, you lose the war. We don't fucking lose, motherfucker.
Okay.
When you don't use the manual, you don't hit your target.
Good time to move on from there. We got
God, what a dumb fuck.
Once again, a big thank you to everybody who has asked questions to our speakers here. I'm sure we'll see both Flatzoid and Peter again back on
God damn, sorry to raise my voice.
You on Modern Day Debate, so welcome to the space. As I said,
Thank
I
you.
hope to see you back here again to have more discussions. It's been a lot of fun. So if you're watching the live chat, you haven't already, hit the like button. And we got the last 2 questions currently now. So if any more come in, we'll read them. But if not, then we'll wrap up after these 2 and do our closings. So Bitter Truth asks, Earth is rectangle. Flatzoid, do you agree?
No.
I
don't know. I would say based on biblical cosmology, it says circle. So no, sorry, 2 different shapes.
So then what are the corners of the Earth?
Circle? The circles don't have fucking corners.
Cardinal directions.
Ah, something we agree on.
Hmm.
We need to
Your hermeneutic is just such a patchwork.
But see, that's not what you said before.
We need to have like a YouTube thing that we can pop up when these moments happen, like there you go, 3, and like explosions on the side of the screen. Like
I don't know.
He's
How
just
did I
being
get?
selective, though. That's what.
How'd that get turned on?
All right, so let's move into Theodore Paul says, Flatzoid, what is x in the equation? Is 6x times 3 equals 120? Oh,
No idea.
There
we go,
Math
next.
questions. What are you doing here?
Yeah. How do you ask a flat earth and math? Come on, what's wrong with you?
I was doing a show and it was a pre-stream with.
Well, thanks for admitting that you're fucking stupid. That you don't know math, have no chance of even fucking knowing math. Thanks for that. Appreciate it.
MC Tune, and they were asking me math questions, and I was getting really Smacks. I was like, oh no.
Let's put it this way, I was an
so
art student, not a math student.
don't feel too bad about that. So yeah, what we'll do is we'll move into our 1 minute closers. And yeah, thanks once again, everybody in the live chat. Smack the like button if you haven't. Yeah, Peter, I'll give you 1 minute.
You don't think art is math? You don't think there's math in art? The human body is nothing but math, man. Math, ratios. Fuck, man. I mean, that's why Leonardo da Vinci's work is so fucking accurate, because he used math. What do you think the antediluvian man is, Flatzoid? It's math.
On the floor to yeah, let everybody know where they can find you. Thoughts on your discussion on the
I think it's antediluvian man. I think that's the name of it. Maybe I'm getting that mixed up with a movie title.
discussion today, and also maybe other topics you'd like to discuss in the future.
All right. Well, I'm most of my followers are on TikTok. I didn't choose TikTok. It just happened to be where I got the most traction. So sometimes the social media chooses you instead. I also have had content on YouTube for much longer, but it just never got traction. So you can find me at Peter Markley. That's PeterMarkley on both platforms. And yeah, I hope I was not too irritated or frustrated with you, Flatzoid. It is irritating and frustrating. I can't deny that. But yeah, I don't know what else to say.
Well,
I
another
hope to-
question would be: are there any other subjects you'd like to debate in the future, just to let our audience know kind of where you're sitting and maybe stir the pot a little, you know?
Well, I'm a young Earth creationist, but I don't know that I'd be willing to debate that. So pretty much, I think the only thing I'm open to debating on is shape of the Earth and all of the different rabbit trails that stem from that.
I mean, I'll be happy to team up with young Earth creationists, sir.
I don't want to team up with you on young Earth creationism. You are an embarrassment to Christians.
Wow.
Ooh, coming in with a hard.
Wow. I was supposed to say something
Absolutely. You're an embarrassment to Christians.
nice about him, though.
Speaking as a Christian for the first 45, 50 years of my life, yes, I agree.
Oh, no.
Flatzoid, I really don't mean that in an insulting way. I know it's
You're
insulting.
insulting him, so it's not insulting.
I'm,
Wow, okay.
I'm sorry. It's just like I have to be honest. You are an embarrassment to Christians. I'm not trying to be mean when I say
Well,
that.
I'm the only one bringing scripture up. Okay, that's fine.
You're abusing scripture.
All right. Not that this isn't juicy, but let's keep it friendly. Like,
What is the name of that fucking painting or drawing? Vitruvian Man. Thank you. Yeah, there's a movie called The Antediluvian Dog, which was a can't remember the style of filmmaking, but that was man, I'm just lost for words. The same artist that did The Melting Clocks.
we came so far. Oh man.
Yeah,
sorry,
that's
I'm sorry.
That's a lot, don't worry.
It's fine. All right, so
I kept it together for so long.
well, I have one more coming in actually, if you wouldn't mind entertaining.
go ahead.
Joshua Jamie asks, you can find a specific long trajectory in instructions at U.S. Navy institution. You have clearly never considered that you may be wrong. Earth is a globe.
I actually done a whole stream where we actually showed a 755-page manual and went through some of the things and spoke with your mocked, Chris, shout out to him, where we showed that some of the parameters you need and those parameters are not met.
What of what in the gunnery manual? You're a dumb fuck.
All right. Excellent. Do you have any thoughts there on the question, Peter? Before we hand it over to Flatzoid for his 1 minute.
Well, I mean, Flatzoid hasn't even.
It's called Un Chien Andalou. Short film. Salvador Dali. Louis Buñuel and Salvador Dali. I've seen it like I don't know how many times.
If when he reviewed my video on epistemology was any indication, then he was probably pausing every 5 seconds and could not even listen to one single point that was made. You know, or I guess this was these were pages he was reading, so I doubt he understood one single thing he read.
All right. Without getting more into your closing remarks, yeah, let's give you the floor there, Flatzoid. So where everybody can find you, your thoughts on our discussion today, and of course other topics you may want to discuss in the future on Modern Day Debate.
Awesome. Thank you very much, guys. You can find me on TikTok, Instagram, Kicked, Twitch, YouTube, all under Flatzoid. You'll find me there on Twitter, X. Thank you, Peter. I do like you, by the way.
All right. Well, we'll watch. We've gone this
I just
far.
have to point out, when you know someone's insulting you, they've lost the debate. Also note I'm the only one that brought up scriptures. I'm the only one that didn't just hand wave dismiss things the whole time. I'm also the one that
Excuse me? You didn't hand wave dismiss shit? Seriously?
showed knowledge on the subjects and just said, no, because you don't understand.
No, you didn't show any knowledge on any subject. None. Zero.
Therefore, you don't understand. So that was practically tonight, me showing the one that has knowledge and the scriptures, and unfortunately, I'm the one that gets insulted because of that. Hey, that's life. But thanks, guys. It was fun. And Peter, by the way, I have nothing against you. I do like you.
No, like Peter said, you manipulate scripture for your own gains. You're an embarrassment to Christianity.
Keep up what you're doing.
You don't think that the Bible is the Word of God when it says it is in the fucking Bible.
Oh, and what I would like to debate, actually, I'll debate anything, to be honest. I'm not really down to anything. Flat Earth is just a thing I've been roped into with debates. We're just debating on Flat Earth. But that's why I enjoyed this opportunity for biblical cosmology, because I wanted to do this a lot. I'd like to actually debate on ontological primitives sometime, maybe. That can be quite cool.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, I think there's other things that we might be able to get you on for based on tonight's discussion. So, yeah, let's see. Joshua Jamie just said one last thing. I just read the manual and quoted it to you, that they account for the curve of the Earth and gravity. I'm not sure. If you can respond, or if you want to just carry on.
Gunner's Manual 16-inch, go to page 4.
All right. We are done taking super chats, everybody. So yeah, that will be the closing for our debate. So thank you, Peter and Flatzoid, for coming out. We really appreciate you here at Modern Day Debate, having these discussions.
All right, I'm done. I'm done. So yeah, fucking horrible. Yeah, that was what we were waiting for? Yes, that was worth it. Thank you. So yeah, he's a fucking embarrassment to humanity. Forget Christians. He's an embarrassment to human. Yes, what a twat. An absolute fucking twat. I mean, just and I'm the only one who didn't hand wave dismiss things. Jesus fucking Christ. Can you fucking believe this guy? Anyway, thanks for watching. Contribute to the printer fund if you can. Once I get it, there'll be a lot of things I will do for this channel and for people who helped purchase it, as well as people who didn't. I'm not going to discriminate, and I think you'll like it. I'm how far am I away? I'm $370 away. So 500 is the goal, and I'm at 130.41. That's including some money I had left in payday in PayPal, and the donations that people have dropped, which I am very, very much appreciative of. And I'll probably put $150 with it myself. So I'd like to get the whole 500, which would be nice. And if that can happen, it's awesome. So if you can drop some money on the fundraiser, awesome. Thanks for stopping. Thanks for watching. Good to be back. And click like, subscribe, hit the notification bell icon. And until next time, be seeing you. It doesn't have an ending. That sucks. It's supposed to have an ending thing. Hold on. Image. Yeah, it doesn't have an ending. It's got be right back and starting. So I guess. Huh. Okay. Thanks for watching, guys.